Okay, we're about ready to begin our meeting. Mr. Secretary, are we good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're slightly afternoon, so I will wish good afternoon to everyone who's here today. We appreciate you coming to the Topeka Shawnee County Public Library for the Wildlife and Parks Commission meeting. As typical, we introduce our commissioners. I'm Whitney Dameron. I'm from Topeka, Kansas. I'm the chair of the commission at this point in time. And again, I'm going to start to my left for commissioner introductions. So,
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Keith Mark, Baser, Kansas.
Bruce Riedel, Ellenwood.
and I believe we've got Commissioner Delia Lister online, and at some point in time, we may have Commissioner Will Carpenter, who's at the State House right now. But Delia, say hello to us if you would.
Hi, I'm from Pittsburgh.
Welcome. And our guest, I'll look over here to my left, Mr. Secretary.
I'm Christopher Kennedy with the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks.
Stuart Schrog, Deputy Secretary of Operations out of Pratt.
Curtis Wired, I'm the Chief Counsel.
Jason Dixon, Commissioner Sport.
Megan Dieters, minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all coming today. Mr. Secretary and staff, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda today?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to add to the general discussion a discussion about a draft regulation relating to the Wildlife and Parks Commission and draft rules and regulations, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, if you've all had an opportunity to review the minutes that were in your packet, I would accept a motion to approve the minutes.
I'd motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Minutes are approved. Thank you very much. We're now number 5 on the agenda, department report, and we start with rules and regulations from Chief Counsel Curtis Wired.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, was it on? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here in the department report, I have regulations and promulgation here. The first one, our camping fees reg, is still on hold per HB 2648. Department may in the future seek to ratify that regulation through the legislative process. The second one on the list there is the non-resident waterfowl hunting reg that was moved into SB 213, which is on the agenda. It's now been moved into House Bill 2028. And I think that bill right now is currently on the floor in the House. So it made it through the Senate late last night. So that's a fluid one. I would just note real quick that the legislature in its current form has added a 3-year sunset provision to the dates of restriction on the hunting part. But there's no sunset on the fee increase for non-resident waterfowl stamps. I think HB 2028 is also combined with our senior license and the kids license as well. The remaining, all but the last regulations, I actually received back from the Department of Administration yesterday, and so they're now on their way to the AG for their second review there. And the threatened and endangered species downlisting regulation will be submitted here shortly. Does the commission have any questions?
I have none. Any questions on that for Curtis? Here's not.
Great. Thank you.
We're now at the point of the agenda, your first opportunity for general public comment. We invite those of you in the audience or online to offer public comments to the commission. So if you have comments to make, feel free to make your way to the microphone. Oh. Please identify yourself for the audience and the commission and the minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Justin Witten. Good afternoon, Secretary Kennedy, Curtis Weird. Is this an appropriate time if I had a general comment on an existing regulation?
Be fine.
As you know, and I think as you've heard at prior commission meetings, there's a regulation on the books that prohibits the use of trail cameras on public land and WEHA land. And I've appreciated the commission's thoughtful sort of analysis, and I did speak in opposition to that regulation when it was adopted back in 2023. I wanted to just bring up a couple of points, and ultimately I'm going to advocate that I think the regulation should be revisited, perhaps completely rescinded. It's not a criticism of any of the actions of the department or of the commission, but I just feel like it's a regulation that perhaps goes too far, and I'll explain. I live in Lawrence, Kansas. I like to try to hunt around Clinton Lake Park. There's Army Corps engineers land that is on the south side, and my understanding is that the Corps of Engineers will follow whatever is the state regulation. So when the state outlawed use of trail cameras on public land, the Corps of Engineers adopted the same. And I can say that that has decreased the enjoyment of the hunting experience. Now, I just want to take a step back and say that I'm not originally from Kansas. I'm from up north. I'm from Wisconsin and Minnesota area. And I learned to deer hunt later in life. I have enjoyed it and tried to do it down here in Kansas. And I think the enjoyment is a real consideration. And what I like about Kansas is back in 2016, the voters adopted a constitutional amendment to enshrine that as a right. I think it's interesting if you look at the committee reports adopting the resolution or passing it to the House, they added the word reasonable. You know, the voters agreed on language that said the right to fish, hunt, and trap in Kansas exists for the people, subject to, and they inserted the word reasonable laws and regulations. And then they further qualified that by saying that it has really two qualifying purposes. It has to be for, I believe it's conservation and management and the future of hunting and fishing. So I would ask the commission to evaluate whether this regulation and the way it's promulgated really fits within that framework. I know Commissioner Mark, I believe back in the January meeting, asked questions of the Public Lands Director, did the trail camera ban serve a conservation focus? The answer was no. So then it kind of gets to the other thing is like, well, is the ban then doing something to ensure the future of hunting and fishing in Kansas? And the Public Lands Director, I thought, did a very good job of outlining what were the concerns. Why was this even addressed? You know, there was concerns from WEHA landowners about privacy, land user conflicts. There was a law enforcement issue, although from the commission meeting, I couldn't really fully understand what that issue was. And the department ultimately concluded that there were some for and some against, but they believed that they were in a good spot after having evaluated it for 2 full hunting seasons. I would suggest that the WEHA landowner concerns are very valid. Privacy concerns, WEHA, as I understand it, is a voluntary program. So if landowners feel like they want to let hunters on their land, but they don't want their land pockmarked by cameras, that's understandable. But then just have the regulation addressed WEHA. Unfortunately, the regulation addressed all public lands. So it would apply to the non-WEHA lands on the south side of Clinton Lake, the Army Corps engineer lands. So I do think, you know, the future of hunting and fishing, what are you doing to preserve that? And I think it's making sure that the sport remains enjoyable. For me, my time is extremely limited. I don't get to get out as much. And it's not just about success. Like, do I know that there's deer in the area? What I like knowing is just, have I put a camera in the right spot? Can I show my sons that, hey, there was a deer here at like 2 a.m. last night? Might not make me any much of a better hunter, but I think it's an enjoyable experience. And you know, I think it's also something that the private landowners enjoy. Now, I believe some of the commissioner remarks at the last meeting were, well, does the reg prevent access to public lands? No, it doesn't. Does the equipment prevent hunting? No, it doesn't. But I would suggest that that was really the wrong focus, because the focus in the regulatory space is, does the regulation, is it a reasonable rule or regulation that meets either conservation or preserves the future of hunting and fishing? It's not a burden on the equipment that hunters use. The question isn't, does the trail camera facilitate game management? The question is, does the trail camera enhance the hunting experience? And my take is, yes, it does. So I would encourage the commission to revisit this. I know I've spoken before. I think I spoke when when it was first adopted. I don't want to seem like a broken record. I'm very appreciative of the time of the commission and of the leadership of Wildlife and Parks. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but I appreciate you allowing me to give my 2 cents.
Commissioners, you have questions for Justin?
I have no questions, but I think your points are pretty valid. And I think it's something the commission, the secretary might want to take into consideration to reevaluate.
Thank you.
Staff,
I would agree with Commissioner Mark.
Thank you.
Commissioner, does staff have comments or anything at this time?
Not this time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Next, step right up. Please identify yourself. Have it.
My name is Margaret Kramar, and we live just north of Big Springs. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak in public comment. And you are not going to like what I have to say. So I am warning you right now. But there are some people who deeply love all the wildlife in Kansas and don't like to see it slaughtered for no reason. And so my statement is short. Don't worry, I'm not going to be up here for a half hour or anything. Okay. In regard to coyote hunting, I have not come across any recipes lately that use coyote meat. So unlike other game, I assume that coyotes are not being killed for human consumption. As for predation, if somebody is losing livestock to coyotes, it is their own fault. They aren't spending the time and money repairing their fences and their buildings. They're not looking into alternatives such as electric fencing, guard dogs, a donkey, a llama. They are probably not making any effort to make sure their animals are safe by getting them in at night. We actually are Hidden Hollow Farm, and for at least 20 years have had flocks of about 150 chickens. We have never had any problems with coyotes because the chickens are in a drum-tight building at night and fenced during the day. Recently, we've acquired sheep and a goat, and because we lock them in the barn at night, we've never had any predation problems with them either. Any responsible farmer or rancher who has animals is charged with being a good steward of those animals, or they shouldn't have them. If someone wants target practice, I would direct them to a shooting range. You are responsible for protecting Kansas wildlife. Killing innocent animals, which are an iconic part of the Kansas landscape, for fun is sick and twisted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
Thank you, commissioners. I am Tad Kramar, and as my wife mentioned, we live in Big Springs. It's in rural Douglas County, and we urge you not to extend the night vision coyote hunting season. Even with night vision technology, visibility at night is not as good as during the day. This increases the chance that night hunting will result in killing other animals which are not in season for hunting, and possibly even seriously injuring people. It's more dangerous to do this at night. Also, as a rural resident, I would find it very disturbing to hear loud gunshots and see bright lights throughout the night. I don't think that's really a good idea for our rural residents. Moreover, there's simply no good reasons for extending the season. The extension probably would not reduce predation of livestock. Some scientific studies have concluded that over the long run, increased killing of coyotes does not significantly reduce their general population over time. So it really doesn't do anything to reduce predation. Hunting coyotes with high-tech night vision equipment may be more enjoyable because it's easier, since the coyotes are harder to find during the day since they're not as active during the day as they are at night. But this is a poor reason for extending the season. I mean, hunting with high-tech equipment does not allow for sporting chance or fair chase. It's really overdoing it with the technology. It really shouldn't be necessary for sporting hunting. If hunters really believe that day hunting of coyotes is too difficult, too hard to find, they do have the opportunity to hunt other animals that are more active during the day. So we really see no need to extend this night infrared technology, high-tech hunting season. Thank you.
Thank you, Tad. We have other people wishing to address the commission today.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair,
Oh.
we do have one online, but we can wait until he's done.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello, Rob Aiken. I'm from Lewisburg. I attended the January commission meeting they had in Manhattan. And it was pretty interesting. At the meeting, the first one to speak was the state's own biologist, who plainly stated that habitat had more to do with wildlife numbers than any other variable. The second to speak was a game warden who stated that it was impossible to catch illegal night hunters who are using thermals, equipment, and suppressors. They simply didn't have the equipment to find and catch them. The third person to speak was Commissioner Keith Mark, who wants to make coyote hunting at night year-round, claiming that coyotes kill way too many deer and fawns. He introduced a couple of people who spoke against the state's own biologist and his findings. Things got heated between Mr. Mark and another member who was actually a biologist too. The chairman and secretary had to intervene, which I thought was very, very inappropriate for this commission. I spoke after them, stating numerous things the commission have done throughout the years, which hurt the Kansas hunter, in-state Kansas hunter. From mangy coyotes, overpopulation of turkeys, turning antelopes loose, mountain lions, and now wolves. Nothing was mentioned at this meeting about the number of deer vehicle wrecks in the state of Kansas. So I did a little research, and the latest data I found was from the years 2022 and 2023. In year 2022, a total of 10,024 wrecks were reported with 575 injuries and 6 deaths. 37% of all single wrecks in Kansas was caused by deer per the Kansas Highway Patrol data. The latest year available that I could find was 2023. A total of 10,648 wrecks was reported with 566 injuries and 5 deaths. The average cost per wreck was $4,500 or $47 million per year for that year. And that's just the ones that's reported. I'm sure there's probably 50% of them that don't get reported to, they still happen. So I broke down the wrecks by the county where I hunted in the year 2023. Anderson County, 106 wrecks, 7 injuries. Douglas County, 317, 17 injuries. Franklin County, 213, 12 injuries, 1 death. Gove County, only 8 wrecks, but 1 death. Lynn County, 112 wrecks, 4 injuries. And Miami County, my home county, 264 wrecks, 11 injuries. That's 5 per week. And I looked up Commissioner Mark, who's for this wanting to increase the deer population in Kansas by killing coyotes. And I'm not sure Baser has Leavenworth or Wyandotte County. I'm not sure which one he lives in, but Leavenworth had 177 wrecks, 17 injuries. Wyandotte had 104 wrecks with 9 injuries. Now, back to the wreck that happened in Gove County. The woman that was killed happened to be in front of the landowner where I've hunted for 40 years. And it was caused by deer. The ironic thing about this was she was headed to work at a deer hunting lodge just down the road that morning when the wreck occurred. Sad thing is, I had breakfast with her brother-in-law numerous times during the week, including this morning. It's a small world. I found no data of coyote accidents in Kansas or any that had killed people. I couldn't find it. I just used Google like everybody else. I've spoke with numerous farmers who are totally against any night hunting, especially with high-powered rifles with or without suppressors. They all indicated that deer do more damage to their crops and incomes than coyotes do. I tried to Google a cost analysis associated with deer damage to farm ground, in Kansas, and I didn't have any luck, but I'm sure you guys have that data. And I'm sure it's in the tens of millions of dollars, probably over 100 million, especially in the eastern third where I'm from. Currently, every day, there's approximately 75 deer grazing on green wheat within 3/4 mile of my house. That's equivalent to having 75 head of 120 pound calves out there grazing. And we probably average 1 deer a week killed in that area on the highway. Last fall, I rode with a silage cutter and saw firsthand the damage they can cause in a cornfield. He was cutting a 15-acre field and approximately 3 acres was just gone. That's 20%. That's a 20% loss. If you guys are in business, you wouldn't want to have a 20% loss in your business. Now look at the habitat issue. I do believe that weather probably plays a huge factor in the number of wildlife. In western Kansas, they've been in a drought condition for a decade. But if conditions are right, you could have a high concentration of numbers in a small area. Example of this is a few years ago, a farmer had 400 head of cattle on 700 acres. Because of drought conditions, he didn't have feed for them, and he started letting them starve to death. Over 100 head died. And that winter, over 70 head of coyotes was killed in that pasture. Now, if you do a study, you say, oh, they're overpopulated. Look at this. They killed 700 or 70 coyotes in 700 acres. But that's not true. They was there because they had food. The same guys that live out there that helped shoot those 70 coyotes, they went a few weeks ago when the snow was on, hunted all day and saw 9. And in the years past, they would have seen 25 or more in the same time frame. I've also seen where farmers have removed brush, and even in a small area, and the deer and the coyotes won't be there no more. So habitat's a big deal. I've also noticed in the last couple of years, especially since night vision and night hunting has been allowed, the number of big bucks have disappeared throughout the state. That includes Gove County and all the counties I've hunted. I don't think I actually seen a shootable buck this year. And I hunted quite a few years or days this year. And I usually do. A few years ago where I pheasant hunt, a large corporation come in, purchased 7,000 acres, built a hunting lodge, where the lady was going that got killed. And they leased another 43,000 acres, so 50,000 acres for their clients to hunt on and nobody else. And they shoot anything with antlers. And now you can't find any decent bucks or of either whitetail or muleys in the area. It's the lowest it's ever been. In my opinion, this is causing more damage to deer population than coyotes. For the past couple of years, the annual coyote hunting drive in Anderson County was canceled because the number of coyotes was down. The religious group that puts this on uses it to supplement their income. You know, I got friends that have written permission from landowners, and they're going out to hunt and they find dead coyotes there that are illegally shot at night. In the past 2 years, I've found more wounded coyotes out there that's trying to survive on 2 to 3 legs. So they're not killing every one of these when they're shooting them. This year, I've seen more than I have any other year since coyote hunting contests are becoming a big deal in the state. I understand that it's a moneymaker. I mean, it's a fundraiser. My question is, does the state get any money out of this? Do they charge a fee for allowing contests of this nature? Is there paperwork required for the holding a contest? I go to a European hunt. I've been to 6 of them this year. I'm part of I signed up for it. And every time I have to do paperwork, give him my hunting license and fill it out, which he then turns in to the wildlife department. Do they have to do this? And then per statement made at the January meeting, it was stated that, you know, wildlife is losing money on the $2.50 night permit, and that there were 7,200 permits issued. My question is, how many of them was in-state versus out-of-staters? And also, when out-of-state deer hunters lease hunting ground, does Department of Wildlife and Parks or the state of Kansas get any revenue from the leases? And do the out-of-staters disclose where they're going to be hunting at? Finally, according to statements made by Commissioner Mark at the January meeting, say that success rate of thermal scopes along with suppressors is around 80%, much higher than the percentage than the normal daylight hunting tactics, which is open year round already. Using that theory, then the overpopulated deer areas / units should be controlled with thermal scopes, suppressors, and possibly open year round and allowed at night, if that's the case, because we're way overpopulated in the eastern third of Kansas. And in my opinion, there's a greater probability that landowners and the insurance industry would be more open to shooting deer with this method than coyotes in Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. You brought a lot of information.
Yeah, and I would just
to the
like to
commission.
correct, sir, that I didn't make a comment on the percentage of coyote success with night vision, because I don't know it. So I'm not sure. I'm sure you heard that at the meeting, but that didn't come from me because I didn't know it. But the rest, you know, I appreciate your points.
Thank you. We have someone online, I believe.
Yes. Andrew, I'm going to ask you to unmute now.
Okay,
There we go. We can hear you.
perfect. I am Andrew Enfield. I'm from Norton, Kansas, out in the western part of the state. I am a thermal hunter for coyotes. With the calving season the way it is now, and several ranchers out in our area calve after the season is over, April, May, you know, so on from there. I have several landowners, cattle farmers that call myself and others when they are calving and having issues with coyotes, messing with the herd. These big cattle farmers out here, they have several hundred head of cows, and it's impossible to put them in a structure overnight or whatever the case may be. These animals live on the land. They that's just where they live. They don't have an option to go into a building at night. Like I said, I have my thermal and a suppressor. And when I hunt at night with my thermal, it is amazing what you can see. You can see for a very, very long ways. You can pick out what things are. You can see mice in the field. You can see birds. Anything with a heat signature, you can see. You can tell the difference between a cow, a horse, a calf. You just can. So I feel like I am a good outdoorsman in the fact of helping these ranchers when they need assistance with their cattle or whatever the case may be. Out in this part of the country, we just don't see the deer like we used to. That may be because of the drought. That may be because of disease. But when I deer hunt every year, I see far more coyotes than deer. I see a lot less pheasants than coyotes. So out in this part of the country, things are a little different than they are in eastern Kansas. I understand that, respect that completely. We discuss, and there's people that say that it's not fair chase. My question or statement, I guess, with that, when you're thermal hunting at night and you're calling, you're standing in one spot and you're scanning the area and trying to get a coyote to come to your call. It is the same way when you're standing in a lake or a pond calling in a duck or a goose. You have your decoys, you call, they come to you. Same way with the deer stand. You rattle, you grunt, they come to you. Fair chase. I think it's fair chase. What I don't think is fair chase, guys riding around in pickup trucks with dogs. They're doing damage to farmers' ground, fences, those sorts of things. And they don't really care. If they want to do that, that's fine. That's not something that I have any interest in doing. To me, that is not fair chase. That is driving around, kicking them up out of whatever hole they're in or grass, chasing them down and sicking the dogs on them and watching them tear them up. So I don't really see the argument with the it's not fair chase thing. It just doesn't make any sense to me, I guess. The accidents, and I don't have the numbers, but I do know that there are far more accidents during daytime deer season, whatever the case may be, than there is thermal night hunting. And again, I apologize that I don't have those exact numbers. Out in this part of the country, thermal season is important to our farmers, our ranchers, to be able to keep their herds safe, and as well as we try to do what we can for other animals out there that, pheasants, nest in the ground. Coons are the same way as a coyote. They'll come in and destroy the nest, turkey nests, all those other things. So we don't have the turkey count out here like we used to. We don't have the pheasant count, the quail count like we did when I was a kid. But we have a lot more coyotes, a lot more raccoons. So I understand in different part of the states that it varies. And I believe that it should be a thermal year-round season. Just for the fact of the numbers that we're seeing. I understand people say that they're probably not going to put a dent in it in the population of coyotes. But if you don't do anything at all, what do we do at that point? So those are just some of the comments or questions or whatever that I had. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak now? We're going to do this again here in a little bit and have another opportunity. Kenny, you getting up? Okay.
I didn't come prepared for the meeting. but
That's
I
all right.
about- My name's
Neither.
Willis Hill. I do hunt coyotes with dogs. We have, for dogs, we hunt during cold weather. And I just don't think it's right to kill coyotes when they are pregnant or have puppies in a hole. I don't think that's right. They're having pups now and stuff, and it's not right to go out there and shoot one and have its baby pups laying in a hole that just die. And I don't know, we don't, there's no season on coyotes, but we have a season because we can only run dogs when it's cold. Can't run them out here when it's 50 degrees. So typically there is a season for hunting them that way. I'm not against the thermal hunting. I just don't think the thermal hunting should go any farther than it is. You know, let them hunt their coyotes. They have a season, and we don't need to be killing them later in the year when they're taking care of their pups and stuff. Because I think you're going to see a big decline by doing that. Not only do you kill one coyote, you kill all the babies. So I don't think there should be any more extension on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kenny?
Some handouts, is that okay?
Sure.
No, there. There.
Thank you.
Name's Kenny Graham. I'm out of Osage County. Last year before, it was up there a lot. First time this year with a new commission. But I've watched every one of them online and I really enjoy the way it's going. We're getting real good debates, looking at a lot of things today. I am an outfitter and I'm not ashamed of it. Not ashamed of your job. You're not ashamed of yours, or yours. And I'm not ashamed of mine. Put food on the table for my family. And we put food on the table for a lot of other people also. I want to actually share that a little bit with you. I also am the chair for the Kansas Outfitters and Landowners Association. That consists in Kansas residents, 42 businesses, 2,941 separate landowners. We have a lot of landowners just haven't even signed up yet. We're just short of 12 million acres between the outfitters and the landowners. We have landowners who brought in as much as 40,000 acres. All they're doing as a landowner when they come into our association is they're saying, I want to protect our right to be able to lease land. I want to be able to protect our right to allow hunting and protect our rights on our property that we own, pay taxes for. There was a lot of talk last year about people making $5,000 off a deer hunt. Now, our association varies. That's not makes, grosses. Our association, out of 33 of the businesses I was able to go to and talk to them, get them to kind of open their books up, we run from $2,800 to about $7,200 per hunt. You go, my God, you're making a lot of money off this. No, we're not. The average of that, 41% of that amount of money for our association goes to our landowner leases. Our landowners are paid that. I'm sure they pay taxes. I'm sure they buy food for their families. I'm sure they take care of their children with it. They do what they have to do with it. It's 41% every dollar. Personally, my company, we were 53%. Insurance has gone to an outstanding rate, unbelievable now. I ran 10.2 personally. As an average, we were at 8% of our gross for the association for the 33 businesses. Food for hunters that we bought from local merchants, that we purchased supplies to use, we ran 10.3% of that, over $30,000 my company spent on that. 11% was the average. Fuel was amazingly low, was 12% my company, 14% for the association. Wildlife feed supplements, food, I ran 12%, the average was 17. That left me last year personally with 2.5% if I got every tag, every license that we applied for. The association averaged 9% of their gross. A lot of the guys own some of their own land, but 90% plus lease considerable amounts of their land. Do we lease land? Yeah. Is there anybody that cares more about the Kansas wildlife than we do? Heck no. It's our business. It's our livelihood. Be it coyotes, be it pheasant, be it quail, be it deer, be it turkeys, antelope, anything that's hunted. I've been doing this 33 years. This is my 32nd year. We started in 93. And I've watched our tags. We started off with X number of tags. Never, always had leftovers. But over the last 6, 7 years, it's done nothing but the tag numbers have gone down. People complain about bucks, sizes of bucks. Ours has gone up. We actually last year ran right at I can only speak personally, ran right at 158 average on our deer, because we manage and maintain our habitat. My landowners, they sell in to managing their habitat. We were burning yesterday to improve the grasslands that we have. I don't hunt on the grasslands much, but I helped our landowners along with several others to do it. I hope I don't get long here with you guys. The handout that I gave you, gentlemen, you look at it, and I actually used mine. I didn't redact my name or anything. That was my resident purchases of deer tags last year. I've got a real question where we come up. I've talked to Levi several times over the last couple years. Where we come up, and I know we have a statistics person or statistical analysis that is done from surveys. I'm going to throw out there a real question on that survey. Last year, I believe you guys said it was 59% was the turkey harvest. If it ever hit 60% for 2 consecutive years, we'd relook at the turkey draw, is what we would do. Out of my hunters personally, I didn't draw 15 tags last year. I did have 36 hunters. They harvested 35. 2 of them got surveys. And I'll be happy to provide the name of every one of them. 2 of them. In 23, I had 41 hunters, 39 harvested, and 3 of them filled out and got surveys. And we're basing our numbers, and deer are not much different than that. On our deer, I had 40 hunters, and we had 4 of them get surveys. That was in 23. I did not get the numbers around for 24, actually get a hold of everybody. But what this is right here, this was my tax. And I can literally fill that out with a pencil, which they were all filled. Make copies of it, reuse it if I'm a bandit and I want to do what's wrong. We do what's right because these tags are never depleted and exited out and a confirmation number given for them, even when you do, unless you do E-tag, which is a voluntary deal, not a mandatory. If you look up there in the top right on every one of those tags, those are 5 separate tags, the carcass tag number is exactly the same. I bought them all on the same day. It's all the same. And the associations talked about this a lot. We would love to have it mandatory. We take that tag, residents take that tag, Kansas residents, non-residents, make it mandatory, call them in, delete them, make them a null and void tag because all those tags last year went on deer. But I made a copy of them before we did. They were still legal tags even after they went off deer once it was home, if I was a bandit. I just really like to see we get a true count on our numbers. And I know it ain't perfect, but when you have 2 or 3 people out of 35 to 40 are all getting surveys and we're basing numbers off that, I don't think we're getting a real good look. Still do the surveys, do it in conjunction with the true numbers and do a comparison. And if after 2 years, we find out 3 years, they're really close, maybe it's doing its job. And I've had a lot of talks about that in the past. And I'm not asking for more deer tags, not asking for more turkey tags. I'm asking, let's get a true understanding what we're harvesting out there. I did provide you all, and I'm not going to go over it with you, a little more information on non-resident deer tags and turkey tags and hunting licenses and people wanting to hunt over 24. We left $11.758 million on the table. Over 40% of what the state brought in for total amount of revenue. And you ask where did I get that? I'll be happy to provide, send it to you. I couldn't get by home day before I came. I've got all the backup stuff that I got from the department. It's where I got the info. And it's right on your website too, on there. Try to get done here real quick. I'm sorry, we didn't even run a little late here. Congratulations, Mr. Kendi, and I hope, our association can work with you in the future. We already work with landowners in this state. We work with residents in this state. There is nobody you're going to find than the group of people that run a business that care more about the wildlife in our state. People don't even hunt in the area that I'm close to hardly for turkeys on. I'm going to go turkeys because it's turkey season on the government ground we have next to us. But our deer are overwhelming. Our turkeys are overwhelming on our property because our habitat's great. We don't have brush so thick we can't walk through it. And I'd invite you, sir, to come out and visit me around Malvern Lake. And we've got a lot of acreage around there. Some of the other people get a chance to look at what we do to help the wildlife in our areas. And in the future, we want to make sure we work with the KDWP as a team and not as adversaries, because we're not. We're Kansas residents. We live here, we work here, and we care about the state. We pay taxes. We have LLCs. Some have LLPs. We have EIN numbers. We pay our state taxes, our federal taxes. No different than anybody else that's a local hunter in this state. We just happen to make vacations a great time. Non-resident hunters bring people in to motels, hotels, buy fuel. They go to restaurants to eat. They go to Walmart and stock up for guys that are hunting on public ground, private leases. $699 million of taxable revenue in 2023 from out-of-state recreational hunting came right from the Department of Economic Development is what it brought in here. Those are substantial numbers to help the department grow, to help your budget. And, you know, really, I'm not up here to ask nothing. I'm up here to visit with y'all. And I know a big topic right now has been the coyote hunting, the nighttime coyote hunting. You know, really, it's a landowner's choice on that. You know, the department has chosen not to allow cameras on their land. That's your choice. Agree with it, disagree with it, there's both sides. But an individual landowner should also have that choice. We don't do much nighttime hunting. I let one or two, but we kill harvest a lot of coyotes because of the number of fawns they kill. I get tired of watching, you know, fawn after fawn when we set up on a coyote den with a camera being drug in when they have pups, you know, and yeah, I agree. It's terrible to orphan any animal, any creature. It's also terrible to watch your cow stand out there or come out there after 4 coyotes have ate the afterbirth out of her and pulled it out of her and killed her and killed the calf. And that happens. One coyote normally won't do that, will not take on a mature cow. The majority will. So each landowner ought to have his own choice, just like you have your choice not to allow those cameras. He should have his choice. Do I want thermal or do I not? And I'll be honest, I don't have somebody in the game. Not many people in our association do, but it is a great way to harvest them Nusi pets. And, you know, we actually took on our coons, and I think we allow coons all year long now to be harvested because of the damage that we're doing. It's right in the same ballpark. Thank you. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Kenny. Is there any questions or comments from the commission?
No, I think I would just like to add, you make some great points, and you were talking about Kansas revenues. And I think people, hunters and non-hunters, ought to keep in mind that nationwide, 23 billion in income is generated from deer hunting nationwide. 1.3 billion of that goes to pay salaries of people involved in the deer hunting industry. And that generates for America $446 million in tax revenue. According to the last estimate, that was 305,000 plus jobs that were created because of individuals like you and outfitters and just deer hunting in general. So I, for one, appreciate what you do.
I'd hate to be the secretary in the place that if someday it went to the point, residents, non-residents, we can cohabulate. I mean, we can work together, period. Because a lot of Kansas residents go to Arkansas and hunt, they go to Oklahoma, and a ton of them go to Missouri. What are we going to do when we get to the point where if you can't come to Kansas, those states shut it down? They're smart enough not to, but there are people that would like to see it shut down for non-resident hunters. You lose over $7 million a year, you're going to be looking at job cutbacks, you know, more than likely. So thank you.
Is there comments from staff perhaps about the survey issue, or perhaps something we can get information on another time, or how Wildlife and Parks does their surveys?
Absolutely. I think we got a full agenda and a lot we want to share.
Oh, certainly
specifically
today,
on the
but,
coyote topic, and night hunting topic. But yes, I would absolutely welcome the opportunity for staff to come up and talk about how do we do our surveys, why statistics play a role in us obtaining those surveys, and approaching that topic more in future meetings.
And we're not doubting at all that the surveys don't play a huge role. but why can't we use the two together? You know, if I'm going to balance a checkbook, I want to know what my withdrawals are and what my deposits are. And I want to know them as close as I can get them. I don't want to estimate or guess or survey it. I want it as close as I can get it. And that's kind of what we're asking for there.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thanks.
Any more comments? If not, we're going to move on, but we'll come back to it. I think we're now ready for Secretary Kennedy's report. Secretary Kennedy, all yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, members of the public, and our Kansas Department of Wildlife and Park staff. I'm all grateful that you all are here, engaged, and providing comments and presenting the plethora of sides on the various topics. I'm honored to address you in person for the first time since my Senate confirmation. Serving the people and wildlife of Kansas as Secretary of the Department of Wildlife and Parks is not just my responsibility. I take it very seriously. It is an honor I feel each and every day. I want to reiterate the sentiments I expressed in my memo to you earlier this month and emphasize the crucial role that the Commission plays. Together, we work to conserve and enhance Kansas wildlife and habitats while safeguarding the constitutional right of every Kansan to hunt, fish, and trap wildlife within the state. U.S. commissioners are a vital representative link to the communities that we serve, ensuring their perspectives and ideas are integrated into the agency's work. And commission meetings like this one provide an essential platform for public engagement. This participation is crucial to the success of the Department of Wildlife and Parks. I've heard your request to be more deeply engaged, loud and clear. I've drafted a regulation rather than a simple policy that will allow commissioners to draft regulations and present them to the commission. You will be hearing more about this from our attorney, Kurt Wyatt, later today. This approach will provide a stronger foundation for collaboration and underscore the importance of your voices and decision-making processes. Looking ahead, you can also expect updates to regulations related to recent legislative actions, hopefully including the very welcome return of the senior combination hunting and fishing license for residents age 65 and older. For now, let's turn our attention to today's agenda. We are fortunate to have highly qualified department staff who share sound scientific information on topics we review here. While it is up to you whether those presentations influence your decisions, I will ask that you remember that our KDWP staff are acting in good faith. Along those lines, Mr. Chairman, if you are willing to transition to the next agenda item, which is night vision coyote hunting.
One comment first, Mr. Secretary, wanted to note that Commissioner Will Carpenter has joined us, so he must be getting some respite from the Kansas legislature. And then Commissioner Warren G. Feller could not be here today. He had a conflict. He sent comments on the next subject, which I will read into the record at the appropriate time. But with that, Mr. Secretary, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been discussing the night vision coyote hunting season during our last few commission meetings. And I'm ready to take this discussion to the next stage and talk about regulations. Hopefully, we are all in agreement that we do not want to exterminate coyotes, nor do we want to see piles of carcasses in fields and along roadsides. And we want to be responsible and not orphan countless litters of coyote pups. But the research does seem to show that coyote population in Kansas can withstand additional hunting pressure. We want to be responsible and sustainable. And what we've heard from the public is that they want the very same thing. A little bit of background on the night vision coyote hunting. I want to summarize what we've heard from the public. within this presentation. But just to give you a little bit of background, the current season of night vision coyote hunting runs January 1st through March 31st. This was established in 2020 following an extensive review. A limited season was established because there was a split of public opinion on night vision coyote hunting. There was also a split vote by the commission to adopt this season. Now, we utilize 3 methods for gathering public input. We completed a public survey, which was distributed to various groups. We held public meetings at various locations across Kansas. And we also took into account for the communications directed to department staff or the commission. The surveys and meetings were conducted by department research staff. And please, when I call your name, please stand, including Director Jake George, Matt Peak, Dr. John Beckman, and Levi Jaster. And I personally want to give you all a round of applause and thank you for conducting the public meetings and compiling this information so quickly. I really appreciate your effort and your time that you devoted to this particular topic. Thank you. This slide here depicts the sample design and response rates that we received from the public. The methods used to design the survey are consistent with established scientific survey design. Paper surveys were sent out to those without listed emails. In addition to the opportunity to give the public an opportunity to comment, the survey was provided at public meetings to also garner more data. As you can see, the groups that I want to focus on here that not only did we give the general public opportunity to comment, our surveys were focused on deer permit holders, landowners, night vision permit holders, small game license holders, and traditional coyote hunters. Commissioners, in your packet that you all have received, you have a full copy of that survey that was provided. I think the 2 primary questions that we were focusing on within the survey is the current night vision coyote season in Kansas is January 1st through March 31st. In general, what is your level of opposition or support for increasing the length of this season? And they had the opportunity to pick either strongly opposed, moderately opposed, slightly opposed, all the way to strongly support or be neutral. And the second question, which option do you most prefer for the night vision coyote season? And we asked them to check 1, to discontinue the season, leave the season on dates unchanged, expand the season to year round, or not sure or have no preference. Now I want to get into the results for just those 2 questions. In this particular graph, the question was focusing on the public stance on a seasonal expansion. Keep in mind, the groups that we looked at were night hunters, deer hunters, traditional coyote hunters, landowners, and public members of the public that attended the meetings. And the red on this graph, or the different variations of red on this graph, demonstrate the members of the public that strongly opposed it, moderately opposed it, or slightly opposed it. Gray is an indication of neutral, and the green in the graph is an indication of those that strongly support, moderately support, or slightly support a seasonal expansion. Overall, a majority support the expansion across all user groups based on our data. Night vision hunters and meeting attendees strongly support the season expansion, and the strongest opposition came from traditional coyote hunters and landowners. But as you can see, for the most part, it was found acceptable across all of those groups. Within this graph here, it is a depiction of the public's comments in regards to seasonal preferences. And the gray in this graph are no preference. Red is an indication of those that want to discontinue. Blue want no change. And the greens either want to expand into the summer or expand the season to year round. Majority support for year round by night vision hunters and meeting attendees. And I think that was because there was a strong participation by the night vision hunter group in our public meetings. Other groups were split with no majority. Almost 30% want no expansion, and a much larger user groups would prefer to have no expansion within the season. There is not a majority support for year-round expansion in the larger user groups, and some show strong opposition to the season itself. A middle ground would be an expansion into the summer. This question here relates to question number 5 in the survey. And it kind of investigates what are the major reasons for those that oppose expanding the season or expanding hunting opportunities for night vision coyote hunting. One of those major reasons is mistaken ID. And we've heard some of these comments from our law enforcement in earlier presentations that in many cases, unintended animals are taken because they are mistaken for being a coyote. There's also increased in deer poaching opportunities or in other poaching. There is a safety issue. While you can identify critters from a long way away, I think the landowner community is concerned about the fact that you cannot see what's in the backdrop during night vision hunting hunting opportunities. Also, additional opportunities for trespassing. Some had concerns about whether this was fair chase or not, or orphaning pups. We continue investigating the results of the survey. This particular graph is in reference to question number 6, and it relates to those that support an expansion of the season. Those reasons include livestock protection, game protection. Some want to reduce the coyote population. They say it's effective, offers additional recreational opportunities, also opportunities for competitive hunts, and the last being the pelts on the coyotes. Now more on the public meetings. We held them at various locations across the state of Kansas. Our hearings were held in El Dorado, Junction City, and Hays. Just as recently in Hays on March 25th. This kind of exemplifies how quickly my staff had to work in order to put a lot of this summary information together. Once again, I want to appreciate them. The public was asked to provide the department their opinions on night vision coyote season, including their opinion on whether the season should be expanded. They were asked to, it was kind of like our commission meetings, they were asked to come up front and give their opinions verbally. And also they were asked to complete the survey that you all have in your package. The public meetings averaged about 20 attendees at each meeting. The goal was to prove an opportunity for each members of the public or give an opportunity for members of the public to voice their opinions. These meetings were picked up by several newspapers. Notices of these public hearings were provided through our news releases and our KDWP website, which was also picked up by various publications around the state. At each hearing, department staff provided members of the public we provided background information on night vision coyote hunting seasons in Kansas. And members of the public gave their opinions by coming to the front of the room and speaking into a microphone. Major takeaways from these public meetings that we had similar results that we saw in our surveys. Comments were also, a variety of comments were also submitted to the department. Approximately about 57 to 60 emails between January 1 and March 26 from members of the public. 21 individuals clearly wanted some form of extension, including their additional time or year-round night vision hunting. 12 individuals did not want to see the season change from its current dates. 11 individuals wanted to see the season abolished. Once again, the results largely track and with the survey results and the survey data that we gathered. There were 9 individuals that it was kind of hard to tell what the individuals wanted, but those responses were mixed regarding whether they were in favor or against the season. This slide reviews some of the possible changes that we could consider. Currently, night vision hunting is allowed for coyotes are allowed between January 1 and March 31. Here are our possible actions. Keep the season the same, the way it is. Extend the season to include all 9 firearm deer seasons. Begin a season on February 1 and extend the season to include April, May, and June, ending on June 30th. After your discussion of the possibilities, I think in light of the information that we have received, I would ask that the commission take an informal vote on the proposed regulation for promulgation. I think based on the public opinion, the biological data, and the law enforcement data, if I had a personal preference, I think I'm prepared or would prefer an extension of the season that starts from February 1. It's basically the last choice that you see on the slide and extends the season to include April, May, and June, ending on June 30th. But I am asking that the commission would take an informal vote on these 3 choices. Once we hear that vote, we will move forward potentially with propagating the regulation for the future and moving into the process. I will now stand for any questions that the public or the commissioners may have of me regarding the public opinion data that I've just shared.
Mr. Secretary, I do appreciate the information. Staff has gone above and beyond in putting this together in a relatively short period of time. This can be a very fluid discussion, but for openers, I would suggest perhaps if the commissioners have questions of you, Mr. Secretary, or staff, we start with that. We invite the public to make comments and then hear comments from our commissioners, and then we can move forward with a discussion about how to move forward and what the preference is. So if that's acceptable to everyone, I would invite the commissioners to ask questions of the secretary or staff, if they have any. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For clarification, does that, your third bullet there, begin the season on February 1, that there are no deer or elk active seasons in those dates, correct?
Correct, Mr. Commissioner. And that was why we chose the February 1 date. I think our last deer season is mid-January. And we wanted to avoid the deer season to avoid any law enforcement conflicts.
Thank you.
Hold on a second, sir. Let me work on the commissioners and I'm going to have you come up here. How about that? Any other commissioners have comments at this time? Any online comments from Commissioner Carpenter or Lister?
Commissioner Lister shaking her head no, and I haven't seen anything from Commissioner Carpenter.
Very good. Yes, sir. Could you come up and identify yourself? And we appreciate you coming, your comments. Thank you.
I'm Albert Lee, live in Riley County. Elk season is open until March 15th in my area anyways.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Ken Hickman, and I I'm here representing the Kansas Federation of Houndsmen. And after polling our constituents across at least the eastern half of the state, we're in opposition to extending the season. We're probably the only other group that shares the field with these people. For our raccoon hunter, a part of it, we're out there at night and we hear all kinds of stories, as I'm sure as you do too. The suppressors and the fact that there's a lot of these guys going through the country and hunting anywhere they want to from the road. And I don't know how you're going to fix that, but as in all groups, there's a handful of them that run it for everybody or that cause problems for everybody. So, what is the main thing that all of us, when we're hunting and we discharge a firearm, what is our responsibility? It's where that bullet's going to go. So at night with somebody that's don't have any idea where they're hunting at, they don't have any idea, even if they do have permission there, but they haven't researched it extensively, then they don't have any idea where the backdrop of their bullet is going to go. And I have went and done some of this myself, and I can tell you that the lower end of this equipment, unless that animal's within 50 yards of you, you probably can't tell what it is. Other than it may be a raccoon because they've got a round back in the shape. But the one individual I went with that has the lower end, I feel in my heart we called a bobcat in. It come in within about 100 yards of us and sit down. That's what you bobcats usually do. But you could not tell what it was. And so our fear with this stuff is there's not a lot of them that can afford the real expensive stuff. The expensive stuff, I have a couple friends that have that, and you can tell what that animal is out there at quite a distance. The lower cost of the stuff, you can't. And so as time goes on and the foliage gets more grown, as in May and June, then, our fear is, can they identify their target correctly? And with the houndsman's opinion is they can't. And also these guys running through the country and gunning stuff that, without permission and stuff like that. And yes, the houndsman has been noted for our dogs got where they shouldn't be, but we have worked on that in-house and tried to police our own ranks. And I do not know whether these folks have an organization that they can try to police their own ranks or not. But, if this goes on, somehow we're going to have to get some of that shut down. And I really don't know how we're going to do it. But in essence, I'm up here saying that the Federation of Houndsmen doesn't support extending the season. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ken.
Do you have any questions? Why?
Any questions for Ken while he's here?
No, I'd just like to say thank you for your comments. Really appreciate those. I think a lot of what you said is kind of exemplified in our law enforcement staff. Not knowing what that backdrop is or where that bullet lands,
Very
or
important.
being able to identify the critter that you're hunting. Those comments also came out in our survey results. And so you've been well heard, and I appreciate you coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just have a very short comment. And I really appreciate the way that you reached out to the public. I really appreciate that, but you didn't attract very many people. And so I would reiterate that the wildlife of Kansas belongs to the enjoyment of everybody in Kansas, not just hunters, trappers, etc., and landowners. If you were to take a poll or some kind of a survey of everybody who lived in the state of Kansas, Kansas City, Lawrence, Wichita, blah, 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 How many of those people do you think would be in favor of this? They would say it was extremely cruel and they would be shocked and outraged. Most people don't know, and that's why they're not here. Thank you.
Myra, would you identify yourself again for the,
My name is Margaret Kramar,
Mar-
Kramar. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Yes, sir. Hey, Tad, identify yourself again,
Yes,
please.
Tad Kramar, T-A-D, last name Kramar, Big Springs, Kansas. Yeah, I just noted in the slides, the hearings were in El Dorado, Junction City, and Hayes, I believe. And this is kind of similar to what my wife said, but a little different angle. Those do not include the major metropolitan or population centers of the state. And so I think the results from the surveys are really not an accurate reflection of the people of Kansas overall. I think it pretty much excluded people in population centers and major metropolitan areas. So, I mean, I appreciate having the hearings and everything, but would have been more accurate, I think, if there were hearings in some of these other areas of the state. So when you're considering the results of the hearings, I think they're pretty much biased and not an accurate reflection of overall opinion in Kansas.
Thank you, Tad. I would offer a comment in that regard. I know when Wildlife and Parks was announcing these meetings around the state, they indicated that people would have an opportunity to sign up and speak there, but they also indicated they would be able to come to this meeting as well. So in many respects, this serves as the fourth of those meetings around the state.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. and Mrs. Kamara, I appreciate your comments and your point of view. I think to a degree, there are better ways, and our staff are searching for better ways to get better general public comment. I think public meetings have a tendency to those that show up are really in strong opposition or support of whatever we're talking about. And I think, our team is looking at better ways where we can utilize technology to garner that public input. You're 100% right. Wildlife in Kansas belong to all citizens. And we're here to at least represent all groups, including all citizens within the state of Kansas. And so please be patient with us as we continue to work on better ways to garner that public input, that general public input. So I understand your concerns. I think in the future, and our staff are already talking about, what is wanton waste? There is a concern that coyotes are just being left to die, being laid down either on our public ground or on private land, and there's nothing being utilized from those kills. And so I definitely understand your concern, and I look forward to even more conversations in the future about hunting and what it means, to not be wasteful. What's the difference between being wasteful and what is not wasteful?
Thank you. Further comments from the public? Yes, sir. Please identify yourself and tell us what you have to say.
Cecil Kaufman from Muskota.
Yes, sir.
I'm a traditional coyote hunter, trail hounds, sight dogs. And no, I don't approve of the night hunting. The danger of fact is really scary, turning people loose with a high-powered rifle in the dark. I don't care how well you can see. You can't see what's behind you, what you're shooting at. The landowners that I know, they don't even know what they're doing. Some of them may, the younger people, your older farmers, they don't have any idea what this is even about. The people's even been doing it. Our coyote population, Muskota, eastern Kansas, is pretty dismal. It's an all-day deal just to find a coyote. Then they threw this on top of it. There's not really a good breeding population left. It is to the point of, this bad weather we've had the past couple of months, dead cows, calves, and I went and took pictures the other day. There's dead cows, calves, deer that's been laying there since December that have never been touched because there's nothing there to eat them. You got eagles, you got crows that are just now starting to eat them. Predators are getting all the blame for it. We had a young lady, one of the newer game wardens, come in, and a week and a half ago, there's been a big buck laying up there on the side of the creek, right beside the road. Since firearm season, he was laying right on top. Nothing had touched that buck, and it is around one of the great big timbers that they do feeding operations in for the commercial deer hunting. There's no coyotes there to eat on him. And I told her that he'd been laying there since second week in December and hadn't been touched. And they pulled him up out of there, cut his head off. The landowner took his head, drug him up on the bank. Coyotes still never touched him. I drive by there twice a day. The eagles cleaned him up. The crows cleaned him up. There's nothing there to eat him. As far as you getting outside of your feeding areas where they're feeding all these deer to eat, we don't have any mice, we don't have rabbits, we don't have rats, we don't have any birds, not out in your open sections. There's nothing there to eat. We hasn't had any pheasant and quail in that area for 20 years unless they was turned loose. I've got grandkids that are in the shooting programs with Quail Unlimited, Pheasants Forever. The oldest one's 21. He's never shot a live bird. He's only seen one out because we don't have any. So your coyotes don't have anything to eat on the outside. Your outfitters, your leasers, what have you, they're feeding deer in the big timbers. They're feeding the coon in the big timbers. They're feeding the coyotes in the big timbers. Yet they're complaining that they're eating their deer. Well, they've caused their own problem. You can't feed a wild animal artificially and not expect him to bring all his neighbors and all his friends with him. Everything is concentrated in those big timbers, and there's nothing on the outside. It's a pretty sorry situation. My kids, my youngest is 43. He hasn't shot a pheasant or a quail since he was 16 years old because we don't have any. The whole wildlife deal up there in the corner, Atchison County, Jackson County, Brown County, Donovan, northern end of Jeffs County, even down there on the park, it's a pretty sorry situation. I took the kids down there just right north of where the Parks and Wildlife office is at. Twice during bird season. We never walked upon anything. There's not a coyote track there. There's not nothing there. I don't know what the answer is, but it is really sorry as far as being able to get the kids out and go shoot anything besides a squirrel. All the lease timbers that I hunted as a kid, you can't get in there and hunt them. They don't want you in there coon hunting. They don't want you squirrel hunting. You're going to scare their deer. And that works year round. They show up for 2 weeks a year to go deer hunting, and then they don't want anybody in there the rest of the time. And that's pretty hard on our youth being able to go hunting. What I got to say.
Thank you, Cecil. Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir.
Kurt Ratzlaff, and I'm pretty neutral on this particular issue. I like calling it coyotes as well as anybody else does. It's enjoyable. But so I've been pretty objective about listening to this whole conversation. And really what I have is a question for the Wildlife and Parks folks on the survey that you showed up here today. Was there any effort made to make sure that everybody was just voting once? Because as I looked at your numbers, I thought it would be easy for somebody to show up in your survey results as a person who came to the meeting, as a person who was a nighttime permit holder already, and maybe as a small game license holder. And I know not all of that would statistically happened, but maybe you could just speak to any efforts that was made. And I know there was a time crunch on this, but just like looking at it objectively, I just was curious if there was any efforts made to make sure that everybody was just voting once instead of voting twice. And maybe you can speak to that a little bit.
Dr. Beckman, do you have thoughts on that, or our Director of Wildlife, Jake George? Thank you, Levi.
Thank you. Levi Jaster, Employee Research and Survey Office. I helped a lot with the analysis on this, and we did, as far as the groups that we had available data to do it, if you were a night hunter and had a night hunting license and were included in that group, you were not included in the deer, the small game, traditional coyote hunters. We didn't necessarily have the information available to exclude landowners because of where we were able to get landowner data. And then same for the meeting. In that case, for folks that came to that, could be possibly included there. But for the other groups, we did exclude and keep it to where you could only vote once in those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom DeShano. And I was kind of asking you a question on your survey that you did. And I'm all about being fair and equal for every group, whether you hunt deer, coyotes, fishermen, whatever. But when we're talking about the survey, and I don't know, can you pull them slides back up?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind. The ones that were opposed to extending the season, or for it. I can't see that. Okay, so if I'm correct here, there's 72 permits that were issued for night vision. Is that right? 72 or 7,200?
Are we on the right slide? But you want to?
Well, but wasn't that mentioned earlier? There was 7,200, the $2.50 permits for night vision hunting?
No,
Our survey, it was like 5,700, but.
Well, you had 5,577, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but, and I know this is, I'm not here trying to offend anybody or upset anyone, but do you think that would be like a conflict of interest if you're going to do a survey, if you included the night vision holders, because obviously they're going to tip that scale to make it more in favor of extending the season, either year round or even through the summer?
I think we wanted to get a representative sample across all of those different groups. That was what we were striving for.
Okay.
Was that achieved as best as, with the time that we were given between the last meeting and this meeting, I think my staff did an excellent job of
and I'm not discrediting what the job that they've done and the information they
that.
compiled. But if you remove the night vision permit holders from that, what would it look like then? What would it look like if you just removed them altogether from the survey? Would the results from that survey be in favor of extending the night vision hunting season? Or would it be in favor of not extending it? Would it be in favor of completely getting rid of it?
It would skew the data towards probably not.
Right. That's what I mean,
yes.
and I'm not saying that we should necessarily exclude those individuals, but I think we're all smart enough to realize that if we do a survey, if we include the individuals that survey is more or less about that season, it's going to tip that scale in favor of that. Right now, so far, this is my first.
I have an obligation. I have an obligation to garner that information across all the concerned.
And I understand that.
So I don't want to get to a space where I'm excluding this group or that group based on what my opinion is. And I think one group that was brought up before was how do we garner that information from the general public is one where I admit we can probably do better on and will do better on in the future.
And I was going to address that as well.
Yes, but
so, and I understand your position.
I wouldn't want to exclude anybody.
And I understand your position, and you have to be open-minded, and you can't exclude someone or one group. But this is my first meeting I've attended, and I've just been kind of listening. to everybody speak. And I think it's great that you allow the public to, give their comments and whatnot. But kind of what I'm taking away from this, and again, this is my opinion, some people may not agree. It doesn't sound to me like we're trying to reduce the coyote population because landowners are having issues with coyotes killing their livestock. It sounds to me like what we're trying to do is advocate for deer hunters and outfitters. And I think that if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but you just said a minute ago that the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, the commission's job is to preserve hunting for everyone, right? Not just deer hunters, not coyote hunters, not coon hunters, not trappers, not fishermen. It's for everyone. Now, I could completely understand, and I have the utmost respect for the landowners, that if we're having issues with coyotes killing livestock, and it's like a major issue and they're losing millions of dollars, then I get that. But it sounds to me like what we're trying to do is to reduce the coyote population to increase the deer population, which this gentleman back here earlier stated how many wrecks per the Kansas Highway Patrol that are, from deer each year, and the amount of money that people pay in or the insurance companies pay out for, So, I mean, what are we really trying to do? I mean, who are we really trying to help? I mean, if we decided, or if the commission decided, or if somebody brought up, let's make deer hunting open year round. Let's just open up deer season year round, and you can kill deer with a thermal, a high power, a bow, any way you want. I bet this room would be a lot more full of hunters in here. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that I'm totally against thermal hunting. I'm not overly excited about it, but I also agree with you on the fact that we have to be fair and treat everybody the same. And, there's people like to bow hunt, rifle hunt coyotes with greyhounds, trail hounds, call them, trap them. So it's the right thing to do is to be fair, but that's what we have to think about is being fair. Talking about money, I don't like that either. I mean, I just, and so my next question is if you were to vote this in to extend this season, what if this goes south? Because I'm not going to stand here like the gentleman from Norton. I didn't take offense to what he said because everybody, if a fence gets damaged, a fence gets cut, a mud road gets torn up, they point fingers at a hound hunter, and it's okay. So I'm not going to say that all thermal hunters don't abide by the regulations and the law, because I don't believe that. But what happens if this goes south? Because I've already heard, just like Cecil said, there's a lot of landowners that don't keep up with technology. They have no idea what this is even about, that this is even going on. But let's say, hypothetically speaking, that you extend it year round and you start seeing a decrease in your buck population. I mean, it's pretty simple to say 1 + 1 = 2. What's going to happen at that point? I mean, we don't have a fall turkey season. And why is that? Because the numbers are down. So I'm just curious. I mean, I'm just curious how this is all going to work out for everybody. And I mean, I understand some people don't want the coyotes killed because they don't feel that you're utilizing that animal in any way. I do understand that for farmers and ranchers want coyotes eradicated because they kill calves and whatnot. But I'm concerned with this whole thing. How is this going to end up? But, and also when you do your survey, like I'm very nervous just standing here right now speaking with you because I don't like to be on camera. It's recorded and people can watch this and then they're going to be pissed about what you may or may not say, or they didn't like what you said. So not everybody, the general public, not everyone's going to come here and want to stand up and speak about this. And then also like a friend of mine got the survey that they sent out that you showed on your slide about how you felt, whether you were in support of it or not, and if it should be terminated or extended. Why was that sent? Why was that like a random selection?
It's a part of the statistical design. And so when our biologists and scientists design the surveys, they set it up in a way where we can randomly get an opinion as best we can across all populations of the state.
Well, okay, and I get that, and I'm sure that would cost a lot of money to send a survey out to everyone. But if you wanted to send a survey out, I mean, to get really good solid numbers, I would think you'd send to everybody. Now, what I read, and it's on the Department of Wildlife and Parks website, was that and I'm sure, I don't know how they get the numbers, so they say there's like 30,000 residents in the state of Kansas that hunt coyotes. And y'all are telling me that 7,200, the permits, $2.50 night vision permits were sold. So what does that leave you? 22,800 coyote hunters that didn't buy night vision permits? So what would you think would happen if you sent out surveys to 22,800 coyote hunters that are probably calling during the daytime or hound hunters? What would your survey look like then?
We'll continue to garner input, but I think it's unreasonable to think that between January and this meeting here, that our biologists would have been able to garner information from that many people you're talking about. And so we have to rely on valid statistical methods to obtain that information. And we won't just stop here collecting that information. I'm certain that there are many members of the public that will prefer not to be on camera.
Yeah, I don't.
I get it. I'm like you. It's been a story of my last 3 months, but and so I understand. But we're taking that information in a variety of ways, and I just want to continue to encourage the public to continue submitting your comments. We'll continue to update our data to reflect those comments, and we'll garner a much more perfected method for garnering that input. And we've already begun discussions about that. How do we maximize the amount of public input so that we can be absolutely sure we're hearing from all the groups that are concerned?
So I have a question for any one of y'all. Why do we have seasons? Why do we have hunting seasons on our animals? You know why?
To protect the wildlife populations,
Right.
wildlife population.
Right, to protect the wildlife population. So you don't hunt deer during the time that they're going to have babies because you're protecting the population of the deer.
Well, I mean, there are a variety of things that we look at. I mean, obviously, and I and our biologists, I think, would mimic what I'm about to say. We're here to protect fish forest wildlife first, or fish forest prairies first.
Right.
They can't speak, and so we have to speak for them. But the other part of this is the public will, and so we have to garner that input, and we do factor it in. There is a limit to the tolerances that the public have for the amount of deer that are across the landscape, and so we'll take that public input and public will into consideration as well.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question? Are you a hound? You didn't say
Hold on,
the other
just-
two.
hold on.
Are you a hound hunter?
Hold on just a second, sir. I'm just saying, when I asked you why we had a season, you said was protect the population. That was the very first answer that you had. So that tells me right there why we have seasons, but go ahead.
No, I just was curious. Are you a hound hunter?
Absolutely. I've been doing it my family's been doing it for decades.
Big supporter of hound hunting, nationwide, in fact. But do you know the surveys of when you look at public perception for hunters and hunting in general? Very low on the list of public perception approval is predator hunting, and the very lowest is hound hunting, predators. And that's why you see in California what they've done out there. Some of the western states, the regulations that have come in banning some predator hunting altogether, but the first thing to go was hound hunting of predators, which is a shame. And I think we should fight that at every turn. But I would just caution, as a big supporter of what you guys do, I think it's a great recreational way to hunt. But when you talk about public perception and making sound science-based wildlife decisions on the public, I think your guys should be very concerned with a metric that gets your sport regulated by that, because you'd be the first out. So again, I love your comments. Makes a lot of sense. I think you've brought a lot of good information here. And again, I'm big supporter of hound predator hunting in general. So.
Oh, and I'll assure you that we are concerned with the public and how they view us, and everybody has their own opinion about what's ethical and what's unethical when it comes to hunting, right? What bothers me is some of the stuff I've seen on social media. And one of the things I've seen on social media that really didn't sit well with me is a thermal hunter had killed a female coyote and then cut her open and laid the babies across her, about 9 of them, and put it on Facebook.
Yeah,
That is very unethical.
Well, everyone would agree that.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. I don't think that every thermal hunter is unethical. I don't think every hound hunter is unethical. I mean, just as the gentleman mentioned earlier, one bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. I guess my concern is, my cousin's a very avid deer hunter. And, the gentleman earlier that has an outfitter said that their average on their bucks they killed this year is a 158 class. To me, that's not big, but to some people it is. I'm just, being honest. And my cousin shoots probably 180s to 200s. But even his concern with thermal hunting, and he's very much against it, is that he's concerned with those that may shoot deer with the thermal.
The only caution that I would add to my statement is that we're a minority as hunters in the general population anyway.
Right.
And I kind of look at it as if we were on the wall of the Alamo, and it's all of us hunters. It's the hound hunters, the bow hunters, the gun hunters, rifle hunters, long range hunters, predator hunters, waterfowl hunters from all states, in state, out of state.
Right.
Imagine if we all start shooting at each other inside the wall of the Alamo, we wouldn't have stood for 12 days.
And
So I'm always very cautious when I see hunters infighting with other hunters over how it impacts their ability to enjoy the wildlife.
Right.
And again, I strongly support how you hunt. And I just would say, let's be careful of shooting other hunters inside the Alamo when really we're all hunters and we're all in jeopardy with certain people that would prefer no hunting.
Oh, I agree.
So we got to be careful
100%.
what we do. But again, I appreciate your comment.
And to follow up with what you just said, I don't disagree. I think that all of us need to stick together and we need to find a happy place for everyone. I guess my concern is if they did make it year round, one of the concerns, if it went south, what would we do at that point? I'm not saying it would, but if it did,
I think
how
we
would we fix
continue to
that?
do like we do any of our other regulations. I mean, the fact that we're monitoring our wildlife populations, it doesn't stop once a regulation is created. We continue to monitor, whether we're talking about fish or whether we're talking about cervids. And on this instance, we'll continue to monitor too. And if the regulations that we create are having a negative impact or negatively influencing the population to a point where we don't think it's sustainable, we change those regulations. And I think that's been common practice across a variety of states for the last 100 years.
Okay, so I didn't attend the last meeting, and I heard this other gentleman spoke about some of the notes that he had taken, and I know that I've heard. I didn't attend the meeting, so I just have to tell you what I've heard. That the game wardens have expressed their concerns about if there is illegal activity, having the ways and the means to control that. So when you vote on this and make a decision on this, do you take all those things into consideration as well?
I do, absolutely. That's why I wanted them to be able to speak and present their perspective from the law enforcement community, or at least our game warden community. I do take, their information is highly important to me. I think they definitely have a job and a hard job in the state of Kansas. And it's my job to ensure that they get the resources that they need in the future to be able to continue to hold people accountable for not following the rules and regulations within the state. And I'll do everything in my power to do so. And I think there are tools that can help our game wardens get the advantage back, but I think it will be a constant conversation and something that I'll be continuing to talk to with our law enforcement community within the agency and our commission. This is not the only form of technology that could put wildlife populations in jeopardy. And so this will be an ongoing conversation on into the future. the evolution of technology. Is it fair chase? Is it not? How it impacts law enforcement into the future? All are topics that we, and I expect you and the rest of the public to continue to chime in on the conversation.
So how soon do you think that this will be something that you'll vote on? Do you have any idea? I mean,
So Tom, let me give you a little background on that. So today, should the commission request the secretary to bring something forth that would alter the season, that would be scheduled for a subsequent meeting, brought forth, I assume, Curtis, in the form of a rule and regulation. That would be subject to workshop and hearings, public comments as well, and that would be over the course of probably several meetings.
Okay.
With public notice and so forth. But Curtis, you want to comment on the rule and reg process that we would have to undergo to make a change in current law?
Yeah, that would be the typical process. I think because the subject has been discussed at a number of meetings here, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Secretary, but the intent here was with these options before the commission to put it before you. He stated his preference and then asked for an informal vote at this point to see if you would like to move if there's an agreement on a particular proposal to move in to the promulgation process. And then if that occurs, then I would, the department would notice up the proposed regulation in the Kansas Register, and then it would come back for the vote that is discussed in the Kansas Rules and Regs Act. But I think at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Secretary, is you are putting it before the commission today.
Correct. Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Michael Pierce. I live in Lawrence. I've been to a little over 100 of these commission meetings probably. I know 90 I was with the Wichita Eagle. And if you're talking about wanting public comment, good luck. Because the only way you get public comment is to pass a new regulation, and then they come out of the woodwork. This is a monster crowd. I went to probably 40 meetings in my time where I was the only non-agency person there. And I was plastering this thing in the state's largest newspaper. And people would call me and complain, but would they get involved? Nah. I started working with the agency back when Keith Sexton was in charge of the deer herd, and then Lloyd Fox, and Levi's as good as any of the rest. You probably saw the same thing over in Missouri. It's tough, and I applaud these people for getting involved. I mean, they put their time in it. They came over, but it's a tough way to go, and you just got to do what you can. Also a landowner in Leavenworth County, and we have no shortage of coyotes. It's probably more than ever. We've got a neighbor that hits them pretty hard with the night vision. And I think this year he shot 22 and 20 have been with night vision. He'll have just as many coyotes next year. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity, but you can beat your head against the wall for public comment all you want. And just got to do the best you can and trust your biologist. Thanks.
Hey, Michael, good to see you in the flesh. I've read you for years. I think I got a book you wrote maybe some years ago, but
good.
Nice to see you, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, Will.
Any further comments? Okay, at this point in time, Mr. Secretary, I think I would invite comments from the commissioners and see what direction they might like to go, if they want to offer comments and then offer direction. I think after everyone speaks, we can see if anyone wants to offer a motion. And again, I've got comments from Commissioner G. Feller that I will read into the record once our commissioners online and in present have made their comments as well. So the floor is open, gentlemen. Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I would support the expansion. There's definite reason to not want to have the season open during any deer season, obviously. The summer expansion we're looking at, you pretty well don't have antlered deer throughout most of that. Don't think we'd have a problem with that. I think that's our most likely way to expand this season if we want to go about it. Well, what your thoughts are?
Very good.
I am definitely in favor of expanding the season. But the question was posed just a second ago, does the commissioners take into account other people's input? And I mean, I'm sure I'm speaking for the group that we do. And as we move this forward, one of the things that I've thought about a lot is our game warden and law enforcement's concern about enticing people to shoot, bucks out of season. And then I listened to my friends from the Hound Hunter Association talking about the detriment of extending that year round on into the winter months when they do most of their hunting. And then listening to the night vision hunters that want to do it year round, regardless of deer season or anything. So there's people on that side of the spectrum too. And then being respectful of the landowners and their concerns. And I think somebody made a great point today. If a landowner opposes it, don't allow it. So I think that question was answered. But I am, when I cast my vote, I'll definitely take into consideration all of those points.
Commissioner Cross?
Yes, thank you. I would echo all the comments that Commissioner Riedel and Commissioner Mark have stated. This is a very difficult decision. It's complicated. It's complex. I was thinking about, I'm driving in from Kansas City and, I can't even fire a firearm in my county, unless I'm at the 4-H gun club, shooting trap. So it's different from the Northeast out to the West. And there's a lot of Kansans. I don't know what our population is, but there's a lot of rural area in Kansas. And I worry about all the things the secretary has brought forward, and I appreciate that. I appreciate staff working this to get us this information this fast. It's complicated. Is this statistically valid? It's probably about as valid as we can get in that short period of time. So I commend you for that. I could get behind supporting the season as long as the extension of the season, as long as it did not overlap the deer and elk. This gentleman brought up March 15th on that. Is that a correct statement as far as the elk season?
Yeah, Jake or Levi, can you or Matt verify what exactly the elk seasons are? Because I personally forgot about that myself.
Matt Peak, wildlife biologist out of the Emporia Research and Survey Office and elk program coordinator. And the elk season runs from August 1 through March 15.
Thank you, Matt.
So that's something I would like to take into consideration there on that third bullet. Sir, I appreciate that input. That's very important information for our decision-making today. But with that being said, I could get behind something like that extends it a little bit. And, to the gentleman that brought up, what are we going to do if it goes south? Well, we better react as fast as we can if it does go south. And we need to respond accordingly. If it works well, maybe we look at some other options as well. But I think we just keep doing what we're doing. It's the public process. You keep working it down to the best of your ability. And we need all of this information from all of the stakeholders on these issues. So that would be my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have comments from Commissioner Lister or Commissioner Carpenter?
Yeah, I'll start. From what I've talked to plenty of people in this part of the state, it's 10-1 that they are not in favor of this. And so my vote, if I had to vote today, given no other evidence, I would say keep the season the same.
Thank you. Commissioner Carpenter, are you with us?
Mr. Chairman, I believe he's on the floor at the moment. Thank you.
Very good. As I indicated before, Commissioner G. Feller has a statement that he would like read into the record. I guess it falls upon me. I should have reminded him that we have generally asked for a 10-minute time frame for public comment, so he has 3 pages here. Indulge me, please. Warren G. Feller from Russell, Kansas. I am Warren G. Feller. I'm a Wildlife and Parks Commissioner from Russell, Kansas. I am sorry it was impossible for me to be at this meeting today. I feel strongly about the issue of night vision hunting, so I have prepared this statement requesting it be read at the meeting and made part of the minutes. First, a little background. I'm a native Kansan and I've lived or worked in most parts of the state. I'm a businessman and have owned and operated for-profit businesses. I've been an avid hunter for over 60 years and have hunted most species that are legal to hunt in Kansas, including coyotes. I currently live on my working cattle ranch in Russell County, Kansas, where I also host and guide many hunts annually. I grew up hunting and I'm a true believer in our hunting heritage. I mention this background only to let you know that I come at these issues from many experiences and perspectives. I'm opposed to extending the night vision permit season for several reasons. Number one, public comment. Feedback I have received from the public generally opposes extending the night vision permit season. Most all the feedback came from hunters and landowners. I have received very little feedback from people I would consider to be anti-hunting. Number two, it's not needed. We have plenty of opportunities to hunt coyotes with a wide variety of means and methods. Coyote hunting is open year-round in Kansas. There is no limit to the number of coyotes that can be taken. You can use any type of firearm, especially fully automatic, except fully automatic, and archery equipment, including crossbows. For trapping, you can use smooth-jawed foothold traps, except in water, body gripping traps, box traps, cage traps, snares, colony traps, and deadfalls. Calls, lures, baits, and decoys can be used to hunt coyotes. Hunters can use dogs, motor vehicles, and radios in vehicles to hunt coyotes. We already have a 3-month night vision permit season. Predator control. Number three, I believe extending the night vision permit season will have limited impact on predation of our game birds. We all know there are many nest robbers and predators, and they can't all be eliminated. We also know that coyotes tend to self-regulate their population. I believe the predator issue is largely a habitat issue. It is logical to see that as we reduce the quantity and quality of habitat, is much easier for the predators to find their prey. We have seen a significant increase in the number of coyotes taken since we approved the 3-month night vision permit season, but I'm not sure we have seen a reduction in overall numbers of coyotes, nor can we say it has had a positive effect on our population of birds. Number four, threat to livestock. In my personal experience, coyotes generally won't or can't kill a healthy calf. Cows are very protective of their offspring. I've owned a cow-calf operation for over 30 years. We run and calve over 700 cows annually, and we have very few coyote kills. Most years we have none. The 3-month night vision permit season coincides with the peak of calving season in Kansas. In those instances where a farmer or rancher calves outside of those months and has a coyote problem, they have the existing year-round season, and the state's nuisance wildlife damage control permit is available to deal with the problem. Number five, poaching and strain on law enforcement. I don't know whether night vision legal hunting will increase the number of deer poachers, but I do believe it could influence whether poachers get reported or caught. Before legal night vision hunting, lights in the night were more apt to be reported as potential poachers. With legal night hunting, it's logical to assume many cases may go unreported. Conversely, before night vision, if law enforcement was called out, the odds were greater that they would find a poacher. Now it's possible they will find legal hunters. This possibility puts more strain on our already stretched law enforcement personnel. Number six, fair chase. Fair chase has been cited by many as a reason to oppose the use of night vision methods. I share that belief. Fair chase applies to predators as well as to game animals. It is one of the most pro-hunting concept of the North American model and is supported by most hunters and hunting organizations. It intends to support and protect our hunting heritage. It is more about the spirit of the chase or the challenge of the hunt than the actual kill. For over 33 years, I have hosted annual deer hunts for turkey, or annual hunts for deer, turkey, prairie chicken, dove, pheasant, and quail. We have pretty much the same people we started with 33 years ago and have added sons and daughters and are now getting their grandkids involved as well. We don't bait, plant birds, or use trail cameras. We don't guarantee a kill. We've been through lean years where we can't even guarantee we'll see anything. Yet the same people keep coming back, bringing their kids and grandkids. It's about testing your skills, about conversation and food. It's about the kids getting to hang out with the adults. It's spending time every morning planning the day's hunt. It's learning and guessing. Animal behavior based upon habitat, wind direction, temperature, sunny or cloudy, whether the neighbors hunted the day before, and so on. So many things go into trying to figure out where you will find your prey for the day. Kids brought up with this experience are more likely to be lifetime hunters and certainly more protective of our hunting heritage. In recent years, we have begun moving away from the concept of fair chase. Substantially, all of our changes to means and methods favor the hunter, not the hunted. Pressure is for an easier, more certain kill. The result, I believe, will introduce a whole new generation of hunters to the idea that a successful hunt is an easy hunt and a quick kill. These people will more likely be fair weather hunters and will sour on hunting during lean times. I expect they are also a lot less likely to be serious protectors of our hunting heritage. Technology and fair chase. Technology that favors the hunter is coming at us faster than we can react to. Many states and organizations are struggling with how to deal with it. We need to get in front of the issue. We need to develop a comprehensive forward-thinking position about how to deal with these issues. We need to do it with input from hunters, landowners, guides, and outfitters, outdoor organizations, and any other constituencies that would have an opinion or position. Night vision hunting of coyotes or any other game for that matter, in my opinion, is the most obvious example of abandoning the concept of fair chase. I opposed the original 3-month season for legal night vision hunting, and I oppose extending the season until we have a full discussion and strategic plan as to how to consider advances in our technology in the context of fair chase and the preservation of our hunting heritage. I will continue to oppose changes in rules and regs that clearly give more advantage to the hunter over the hunted. Thank you, Warren G. Feller, Wildlife and Parks Commissioner. I have new respect for legislative readers. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Personally, I've heard from some people, I think comments made by Michael Pierce, that kind of ring true to me today. We have 3 million people in the state. We have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who hunt and fish and enjoy the outdoors. I can count on probably not more than 2 hands the comments that I receive on a monthly basis that come to me through the Wildlife and Parks website. Probably 50-50 support or oppose expanding the season or the use of thermal optics. But again, that's probably a total of about 10 people. I receive about the same number of phone calls, not necessarily on this issue, but other things that come before the commission as well, which has been kind of interesting as to what people are thinking and some of the ideas they have for hunting and enjoying the outdoors. And I do appreciate those opportunities when they come my way. I appreciate the work that the secretary and the staff have done on this. I've thought about it personally in my limited experience on the commission. I haven't been here quite a year, but I do appreciate the information that we have seen. My initial hesitance to expand to year-round, I still have that from a personal standpoint. I do appreciate seasons. I do appreciate management and getting good information that we get from staff as to what makes the most sense. I have heard concerns about allowing night thermal optic hunting during any kind of deer season because of the concerns over poaching. I appreciate the option that has been put forth to consider expanding the season by adding a few months to the season, but moving it to February 1 to a start date. To move forward, that is an option I would like to see on the table to come back to the commission to consider, speaking for me personally, to get public input on that, to put that out to the public and invite comments as to whether that would be a reasonable expansion of our current season. And I think that will tell us whether we should consider that or whether we should stick with the season that we have. I don't see it going away, so I don't see that, quite frankly, as an option. And with that, I would invite other commissioners to either express additional comments or offer a motion or direction to the secretary.
I would just make one final comment. First of all, congratulations on your confirmation, sir. And I do appreciate as a commissioner your willingness to bring this the way you have, so transparent and the comment from all the people out there. Like I talked to my hunting hound friend a minute ago about the infighting among hunters. I'm also very hesitant when people start talking about fair chase. Because I remember, I'm old enough to remember back when compound bows came into vogue. Some of the organizations said that if you shot a deer with a compound bow, it wasn't consistent with fair chase. And then the technology of compound bows got to 65% let off. And then there was the group that said if you did that, you were unethical. And then it went to 85%. And they said, well, those people are definitely unethical. And they put asterisks in record books and so on and so forth. And then with my hound hunting friends, and I have lots out west that do cat hunting. And one of the best technology advances for those guys was the electronic dog collars. So you know where your dogs are. Well, then there's going to be some people that say, well, you're using electronics. And so that's a modern technology and that's unethical. And so I'm against all of that. I think if it's legal, and night vision hunting is already legal in Kansas, at least for some period of time, to talk about fair chase or ethics in regard to that, I think is kind of a misguided effort. I came into this exercise of discussion with the public and the commission in favor of year-round minus the deer hunting. But after listening to Mr. Secretary paying strong deference to the hound hunters that were here today, and then keeping in the back of my mind what our law enforcement group said, as well as comments from other commissioners, I would support the same as Mr. Secretary and Chairman Dameron, that we would extend the season, but not bite the whole apple this time. Do it incrementally like this. I think it'll give us an opportunity to see how this works, as one of the gentlemen said. And if it's not working, then we can always go backwards. And if, as I think somebody else said, that if it works splendidly, and maybe we extend it, beyond that. But I do agree with the Secretary and Chairman Dameron. My vote would be for the extension as the Secretary has proposed.
Mr. Secretary or Curtis, would you like a motion and a second and a vote? Or would you like to poll the commission, or what's your preference?
A vote would be fine. It need not be a roll call vote because this isn't the actual proposed regulation. So I think traditionally, I'm also new to this process, but I think an informal vote would be fine.
Very good. Very good. We have two online. Commissioner Lister, if you would offer your comment or vote, and we'll go down the line here as well, and we'll see if Commissioner Carpenter is available as well.
Can you clarify one more time what we're saying yes to or no to?
The directive that is on the table is to ask the Secretary to bring a regulation back in front of the commission to amend the night thermal hunting season from January through March, and change that to February 1 through June 30th.
I'm going to vote no.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner
Mr.
Carpenter,
Chairman,
are you online?
Mr. Chairman, there may be changes to that because of elk season, what we
Sure.
discussed
And
here.
I would see that as part of the discussion when it
Yes.
comes forth.
Yes, thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Call of the House, Mr. Carpenter or Commissioner, maybe not. Commission here, I've heard positive comments from the four. Is that consensus of the four here to move forward in that direction? Say yes or no, or be fine?
Yes.
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 We're referring to the third bullet
Yes, sir.
with the date change for March 15th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That enough direction, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, I'd like to thank the commission, all members of the public, and all the various groups that thought enough of us to come out and speak. I want to encourage you to continue providing comments. We love to hear from you, and it is a part of this process. And ultimately, I get the hard job of figuring out how to make it balanced for everybody involved, and I'll do the best that I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask for a bit of clarification, because Commissioner Cross mentioned the elk season there. And it seems like the other commissioners didn't necessarily have that problem going into March 15th. Are you saying that you're good with us moving forward with the
Yes,
February
the
1?
chair stated we would have more discussion on that, but that's where I am leaning towards, is to get that out of, to the March 15th period.
Okay.
I'd like to see some information on what that looks like where we have elk hunting in the state. And I think it's relatively limited to where we have that. And so whether it makes sense to move that date out to March 15th, I'm not sure that we should do that.
And that's a good point, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to look at that. And that's what I would like to do, get some more information, clarification on what that looks like.
And I would also add that I believe right now, the current night vision season encompasses that.
Yes.
And so I guess when we're talking about, I don't know that I've heard of any complaints from law enforcement or any of the other in-agency personnel to indicate that there had been elk shot because of that. So I don't think that's been a problem to date. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So I'm not, when we were originally discussing this, we weren't talking about irrespective of elk season. We were talking about deer season. So as we've been running that concurrently, I don't think that should be a major setback.
I agree. Further comments?
No, I think that adds some clarity. I appreciate that.
Okay. They always turn into 20-minute breaks, but we're taking a 10-minute break. So I'll give you till 2:30 and we're going to start again. Thank you very much. get the second quarter going. Okay, maybe second half. We can start taking our seats. That would be helpful in getting the second half going. Commissioner Mark, and then we'll get going. There he is. That will happen if you venture outside.
Yes, sir.
All good. Just one. Okay, we're now item 10 on the agenda, which is the workshop session. 2025-26 waterfowl season dates, bag and possession limits. Tom Bedrowski.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I might, at the beginning of the commission, meeting, I asked if I could speak on a matter in the general discussion.
Yes, you did. Discuss away.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have here a draft regulation that the secretary alluded to in his opening remarks that was put together in the last few days. There's been a lot of discussion lately or recently on this commission on commissioners and their ability to bring matters before the commission. And there's quite frankly just a lot of uncertainty there. So we thought the best way to go about addressing this uncertainty is to draft a regulation for you to consider. And I know that this came together just in the last few days. So, and we have a few commissioners who are not, Commissioner Gefeller, and I believe that Commissioner Carpenter's still no longer on the line, but I'll hand this out for your consideration here. Commissioner Lister, I believe that Megan has provided the draft language to you.
Yep.
It says here, I'll go ahead and read it for the public's benefit here. This would be a proposed new regulation, KAR 11545-1, titled Wildlife and Parks, Draft Rules and Regulations. The request of any member of the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission, the secretary shall submit to the commission at the meeting scheduled after the following meeting any draft rule or regulation requested by the member to be voted on by the commission. Majority vote in favor of such draft rule or regulation shall begin the regulatory promulgation process pursuant to the Kansas Rules and Regulations Filing Act, KSA 77-415 et sec. If the member requests the draft rule or regulation be submitted and voted on or at a meeting later than the meeting scheduled after the following meeting, the secretary shall do so at the time requested by the member. As you can see, I already have one typo in there. So I would like to put this before the commission for its consideration today. You can decide whether you would like to take it up now. We also have our next commission meeting is only in about a month in April if you wanted to postpone consideration until then.
I think it'd be appropriate to postpone until all commissioners are present, can take a look at this. I know there was legislation on this, it was killed on the floor of the Senate. This, I don't think, is what caused the votes, there was a few other things put into that legislation. But I think it is something that it's kind of a gray area, and some of the commissioners have asked for clarification. I think clarification is appropriate, and I would support this. I would ask the other commissioners if that timeline makes sense to you, and looking at it formally at our next meeting.
I would have no objection to that.
Very good. Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Tom? Sorry to get you out of your chair twice, but we blame Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, the visiting and viewing public. I do have a presentation to provide. So I'm Tom Bodrowski. I'm the Migratory Game Bird Program Manager for the department serving out of Great Bend, Kansas. We have two items regarding Kansas's waterfowl seasons. The first one is to address the season dates, bag, and possession limits for the upcoming 2025-2026 waterfowl seasons. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service develops frameworks that establish maximum bag and possession limits, season lengths, earliest and opening and latest closing dates. The briefing item contains how the federal frameworks are developed and the framework restrictions. States must operate within these frameworks when establishing state-specific migratory game bird seasons. At the state process, the selection of waterfowl season dates are different from other resident game as well as webless migratory species, in that they are not adopted by a set of regulations, but rather adopted by a commission consensus. This is due to the timing and season variability and the later time frame for which seasons are addressed. Kansas officially adopts its seasons through the KDB Commission consensus and the annual season selection sent to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the end of April. The setting of waterfowl seasons is a biopolitical process, balancing not only biotic factors, but also social implications. Season dates are a preference for where, how, what one hunts. Our overall season setting objective is to align season dates that allow the greatest opportunity for precipitation, harvest for Kansas' diverse waterfowling community. When developing waterfowl seasons, KWP evaluate a variety of considerations driving their season date recommendations, ranging from spatial and temporal distribution of waterfowl abundance, timing of potential hunter participations, peak of harvest opportunity, landscape, climatic factors, and most importantly, incorporating the input from the hunters themselves. With stabilized federal frameworks since the incorporation of adopted harvest management in 1997, Kansas Wildlife and Parks is also striving to establish greater consistency in season date selections. Beginning in 2021, KWP has been incorporating decision tools to assist in the season setting process by identifying important season date parameters for each of Kansas's waterfowl seasons. This process is to develop season selection stability, reduce bias, and add transparency in the season date selection process. Listed are the season date parameters for each of the seasons in the zones in order of priority. We'll begin with the introduction of the federal frameworks and staff recommendations for each of Kansas's 5 waterfowl seasons. We'll begin with our earliest season, September till. This year, the federal frameworks have reduced the number of days available for September till seasons from 16 to 9 days. This reduction is a result of the 2024 blue-winged teal breeding population index of 4.6 million, which is below the 4.7 million threshold for a 16-day season. This is the first reduction in the Kansas low plains season date since 2006. On average, Kansas harvests about 25,000 teal during this season, and in ranges as high as 41,000 and as low as 13,000. Staff recommends adopting federal frameworks for daily bag and possession limits and shooting hours. Staff recommends a 9-day teal season with the dates in the low plains unit from September 13th to September 21st, and in the high plains of September 20th to September 28th. The only change in the federal frameworks for duck season is the daily bag limit for northern Pintails increased from 1 to 3. This increase is a result of an interim harvest strategy developed by the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Flyway Councils. This strategy aims to ensure long-term health and sustainability of pintail populations, gain greater understanding of how different harvest rates influence pintail populations, and provide hunting opportunities when the population is able to sustain it. As previously mentioned, staff incorporates structured decision-making tools to assist in season date selections. In review of migration patterns, harvest, hunter activity, habitat conditions, weather patterns, holidays, hunter surveys, hunter communications, and other availables, staff believes this structure provides the best overall opportunity for participation in harvest for Kansas varied hunting communities. Staff recommends adopting federal frameworks for daily bag and possession limits and shooting hours, and staff recommends the structure of the season dates are presented on the screen and in a briefing item. There are no changes for federal frameworks for geese this year. Listed are the season dates. Please note there was a typo in the briefing item with the greater white-fronted goose season should be closing on February 15th, not the 14th. Staff is recommending to adopt federal maximum for daily bag limits for geese. This would increase the daily bag limit from 6 to 8. This would put Kansas in daily bag limit with other flyway states with the exception of Nebraska where their daily bag limit is 5. This increase is a direct result from a recent Kansas waterfowl hunter survey, where 51% of the respondents preferred an 8-day daily bag limit. The next preferred option at 35% was a 6-bag limit. All the other bag selections were below the 6% in preference. Staff will be presenting more on the hunter survey at the next commission meeting. Special youth waterfowl hunt seasons were initiated in 1996. Veterans and active military special use days were first offered in 2019. There are no changes in the federal frameworks for youth and veterans and active military days. Staff recommendations are to hold 2 consecutive days for youth, veterans, and active military, and those days to be held simultaneously. Staff recommends holding days 2 weeks in advance in the low plains duck zones and 1 week prior in the high plains. This recommendation varies from past seasons. The change is to have greater separation of special use days and the general duck season. With the increased participation from veterans and active military on the special use days, has increased hunting pressure in our state wildlife management areas. By increasing the separation between these days and the general opener, we would provide better hunting experience on the opening day for the general duck season, as well as providing opportunities for youth, military, and veterans. This is particularly noticeable in the early zone where you have high activity for September teal seasons and those special use days, often where you have 18 days of hunting prior to the general duck season opener. There are no changes in the extended falconry season frameworks. And consistent with past seasons, staff recommendations of 15-day falconry season in Kansas's Low Plains unit. Due to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act 107-day restrictions, additional hawking days are unavailable for the High Plains unit. Listed are the staff recommendations for the 2026 waterfowl seasons in a table form, and just graphically displaying how the seasons would overlap. Final season selections will be up for commission action at the April commission meeting. Again, thank you for your time and attention. We'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the commission?
Just one. Tom, how do you select the sandhill crane hunting seasons? Do you do the same process or are they?
So those are set in regulations, but it'd be the same regulatory process for any of our resident game animals that we go through. But again, it does go through the same federal process for waterfowl.
Is there ever an option for changing to a split season or any?
Yes, we do have some different restrictions. So if we wanted to change one of our, no, we have frameworks just like we do for waterfowl. So we can move dates within those frameworks by changing the regulation. If we wanted to do anything different that's outside of the frameworks, we would have to petition through the Flyway Councils, the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, thank you.
Is there comments from the public on this presentation? Very good. Do we need action on this or are we moving on?
There's no action needed today.
Perfect.
Our second waterfowl item for today is Kansas duck zones and season split structure. This will be the first of two workshop sections for this item. U.S. Fish and Wildlife considers states' request to change their duck hunting zone options every 5 years, with the current window to change Kansas zone structures and season dates structure opens on August 1st. Selections of the structure and boundaries would be in place for the 2026 through the 2030 waterfowl seasons, so would not include any changes for this upcoming year. So what are zones and splits? Zoning is the establishment of independent seasons in 2 or more areas within a state for the purpose of providing equitable distribution of harvest opportunities. Zoning and season splits enhance the state's ability to match season dates with availability harvest habitat types, migration chronology, and season preferences of duck hunters for a specific area. The federal frameworks provide the sideboards and how states can structure their configurations. First, zones must be contiguous, so we cannot have any satellite areas. Zones can only be utilized for the general duck season, so this would not include seasons like the teal season. In addition, high plains, low plains boundary is not eligible for reconfiguration in this process. So that's the dividing line of 283 in the western part of the state. And again, boundaries would be set for another 5 years. Zones must fit in one of 4 options. Currently, Kansas is operating under number 3 with our early, late, and southeast zone, each having 2 segments or 1 split in the season. The High Plains unit has been a standalone unit since 1972. So why create zones and add this regulation complexity? Physiographical diverse states like Kansas have a difficulty in selecting season dates that will accommodate a variety of hunted duck species, thinking of early versus late migrating ducks' behavior and ecology, and hunting styles. So then again, think about shallow water hunting versus dry field versus deep reservoirs. Being a mid-latitude state, Kansas also has a vast span of migratory and wintering periods. Waterfowl migration begins in Kansas in late August and continuing through early September, and then migration continues and ending off around December. Kansas serves as a wintering terminus for a variety of waterfowl species, especially geese and mallards. Although zoning creates complexity, it does allow us flexibility and maximizing opportunity. Zoning enhances the ability to match season dates and the available habitat types, migration chronology, season preferences of duck hunters in that specific area. Kansas waterfowl hunters are just as diverse as the hunting opportunities that exist in Kansas. KWP typically receives strong and often conflicting opinions about seasons. Some hunters prefer early seasons while others prefer hunting in the later half of the seasons, and this even can change within a hunter. Zones and splits are a tool to help serve this broad constituent base. Zoning effectively increases season length for hunters willing to travel. If we did not have zones, we could only hunt 74 days within the state. But with zones, and if you're willing to travel among those zones, it increases it to over 100 days of waterfowling for ducks. The benefits of zoning increases under restrictive season lengths as were in place from 1982 to 1992, when there was only 39-day season length. So how do we derive current zone boundaries and split options? So as there are a lot of options, but for the most part, zoning is a habitat, bird use, and hunter preference grouping exercise. First, we start looking at how climate, physiographical features, landscapes, and et cetera play a role in shaping waterfowl habitats. Then we examine how, when, and which birds use those different habitats. And the last component is when hunters want to place the seasons of well timing of their including their participation as well as their success and how that varies among those habitats. 3 major factors we look at when we have specific data streams to inform our decisions. First, we have the duck numbers. So where and when are they in Kansas? Hunter activity, again, where and when do they hunt in Kansas? And hunter preference. So we borrow a little bit from the social sciences, but are just as important as the biological data streams. From this, we have derived our current zone structures of where we have 2 hunting units, the high and low plains unit, and where in the low plains unit, we have 3 zones. And each of those zones, we each have 2 segments and 1 split. Since 2011, Kansas has maintained the same season zones and split structure. In 2013 was the last time, or 2015 was the last time we had any large-scale boundary changes that occurred. And this involved moving Cedar Bluff into the late zone out of the early zone. While we're still reviewing the results of the current Kansas Resident Waterfowl Hunter Survey, initial results signal that most are satisfied with current duck seasons. Duck zones again will be an agenda item at the next few commission meetings. Staff will present any proposed changes in the April commission meeting, and commission will have to adopt new configurations and have them reviewed by the Fish and Wildlife Service by August 1st. Implementation of any new configuration would be in place for the 2026-27 season. And thank you for your time and attention, and would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Very interesting presentation. We have comments from the commission. Comments from the audience. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Now we're going to talk about elk hunting. Matt Peak. Thank you, Matt.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. And I've got a short presentation as well. All right, there we go. So yeah, I'll be speaking about KR 115.25.8, the elk, which this regulation establishes open season bag limit and permits for elk hunting in Kansas. The elk management units are defined in KAR 115-4-6B, and units 2 and 3 are open to elk hunting. You can see unit 2 is the area that encompasses Fort Riley. It includes a buffer of private land around Fort Riley as well as Fort Riley itself, so that you don't have a firing line, so to speak, waiting up at the for elk to leave Fort Riley. And then Unit 1 is an area that encompasses Cimarron National Grasslands, which is a large public land where elk were reintroduced primarily in the 1980s, but there aren't many there today. It's not a area where elk are predictably found. The season dates are established in this regulation as well, but no changes are recommended for the current season dates, which are provided there on the right. I'm not going to go through them. They're durable, and these are all unchanged in quite some time, with the exception of the very bottom one on Fort Riley. It was just last regulatory session that we established the January firearms season, and the upcoming season will be the first time when it's actually in effect. Elk permits are available only to Kansas residents. We're proposing 15 any elk and 24 antlerless elk permits be authorized. This is the only change we're proposing for this regulation this year, and it represents an increase in the number of elk permits valid in Unit 2. You can see going back several years there, we were at 12 any elk permits for quite some time, and we were at 18 antlerless elk permits for quite some time. The reason for this increase is the numbers are currently good, and we have some pretty large herds off the fort in recent years, such that we're fairly concerned about damage issues emerging in that vicinity. So we're kicking up the pressure a little bit. In addition to the limited draw permits, an unlimited number of hunt-owned land, antlerless only, and any elk permits will be authorized for Unit 2. And I'll note that these are the ones that allow landowners in the vicinity of Fort Riley to be able to take elk that leave the fort while on their own land. And then in Unit 3, we also authorize an unlimited number of those same types of hunt-owned land permits. But in addition, we authorize an unlimited number of general resident and landowner tenant permits for that unit that encompasses most of the state. And so I'll conclude by saying that this regulation will be moving into the promulgation process following this meeting. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Question from the commission?
Matt, how is the elk herd doing overall here? And are we trying to grow it? And if that's the case, are we looking to open up any other units in the future? Well, what's our goal?
Yeah, well, the only area that's closed in the state right now is that part of Morton County that encompasses Cimarron. And so,
Right.
I mean, we sort of work, our local biologist down there keeps in contact with the grassland staff. And if herds were to get established there, we would probably do something similar to what we do with Fort Riley, where it'd be a limited draw type situation, but that hasn't happened. And it doesn't, I mean, there's elk down there in Oklahoma, and they haven't taken up permanent residence there. As far as our goal in the rest of the state, if you remember back to sort of the overview of elk management in Kansas, the history of what has happened, we've ran into trouble both on Cimarron and in the vicinity of Fort Riley, when you might say the department tried to promote the increases in elk herds. And so where we are in most of the state right now, the situation that seems to work best for us is we allow liberal hunting opportunities. And when elk get in places where landowners want to have them, the landowners sort of take the role of limiting access and protecting the species. And so you do have some pretty good sized herds on private lands in the state. And they're largely there not because they couldn't get permits, but because they take the steps to protect them. When we have overly protected them in the past, things blew up into some serious crop damage issues. You know, people talk about the damage that deer can do when you got a 600 or 800 pound animal or a whole herd of them on your property or on your haystack in your irrigated cornfield. They're capable of doing some real damage, like having a herd of cattle out there. And so our main goal with elk is to avoid those situations. And our current situation, or our current approach has been successful at doing that for the most part.
Okay, thank you. I
Yep,
appreciate that.
you're welcome.
We have comments from the public on this presentation. All right, thank you, Matt.
Yep, thank you.
Levi Jaster, 2025 deer permit quotas.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm gonna start out with talking about the antlerless season in 115-25-9. And then we'll move to the deer permit quotas. I will state that the item in the briefing book gives the upcoming seasons, except that there is a typo for the whitetail antlerless only extended archery. That should be January 31st instead of 19th. So, but to start, I'm gonna cover quickly some changes to the or just kind of an overview of the state. I'm going to start with our deer management units here, just to give you an idea where they are around the state. Oh, you're in the wrong. That should be 115-25-9, yeah.
Zoom's not seeing the right one. All right, let's see what that does.
Okay. All right, so just a quick look at the, are you okay, Jason?
Yeah. Let me
Okay.
think about it. Continue.
When the IT guy tells you we're okay and then starts making funny faces, it's best to wait for him. All right, so I'm gonna start with our deer management units, just a quick review of how we set when seasons occur in different places, different time periods, different permit numbers and such, and just where they are throughout the state. There we go. And then we also have, instead of just the normal 18, we have Deer Management Unit 19, which is set up in the Kansas City to Topeka corridor, which is set to allow some additional doe harvest that may not be necessary in the northern part of mainly Unit 10, but also to address deer numbers around the highways in those areas and large population centers. So I'm going to do a quick overview of deer numbers, or kind of the state of the state in Kansas with deer right now. And I'm going to start with our statewide densities. We rose again here in the last spotlight survey in 2024, that fall. And just overall kind of following the trend we've been on the last few years. But mule deer, on the other hand, in western Kansas, we are on a downward decline, and we are at a point in in the one zone, or the east zone for mule deer, which is kind of the eastern half of the western half of Kansas, where we're getting very limited observations during the spotlight surveys now to where we're not even able to estimate populations overall. There's still mule deer there. We still do get observations, just not enough to estimate overall abundance. Bucks per 100 does. We've been up recently from our average there of about 33, 34 overall. And then fawns per 100 does recently last few years has increased from where it had been, but we saw a little decline in it in 2024. And that's kind of reflected in our bow hunter survey, where we asked bow hunters to record observations of deer and how many hours and days they hunted. And, whitetails generally pretty stable across the state from bow hunter observations, maybe increasing just slightly. Different story for mule deer. That fits what we're seeing. Numbers are continuing to decline. But the trying to look at it from a state-wide aspect kind of covers some things up, and we are two different states in one right now. I'm going to start in the west, where numbers are down quite a bit. So just a couple of the units in far west Kansas, down pretty good. They've been down the last several years. Some of that's mostly likely due to habitat conditions and due to drought. We also have our highest prevalence rates of chronic wasting disease. And generally the high plains are harder places for deer to live than eastern Kansas. And even as you move farther east, numbers get a little better, but they are still down a little bit. Not everything is down necessarily the last couple of years, but it's kind of been holding pretty average. And we work, looking at a population. We don't necessarily look at this individual year. We want to look back over the last few years to see what's going on too. If you go to eastern Kansas, it's a story of just continued increases in deer numbers. Same, and it just doesn't really matter what unit you look at in eastern Kansas. We're increasing. We have a dip this last year in some of these surveys, but the overall trend has been upward. So that brings me to our current antlerless season structure and permit structure. In red down there in southwest Kansas is Management Unit 18. They have no antlerless permits valid in that unit and no January season. Brown is the short January season, which is about a week long or 3 to 4 days to a week generally, and only one white-tailed antlers permit available. The light green units have the medium length season, so they get a week more than the short length. And then they also have up to 5 antlers permits available to them. And then dark green units have the long season, which is another week in addition to the medium length season, and each hunter can have 5 white-tailed antlers permits in those units. But with some changes due to some of those populations, 2 different states in one, the adjustments are looking more towards eliminating a lot of opportunity for antlerless deer harvest in western Kansas, but then increasing some antlerless opportunity in western Kansas. So what the adjustments would look like are those far west units would go to the same as Unit 18 and not have a white-tailed antlers season or any valid white-tailed antlers only permits. Unit 3 would move to the short season and 1 permit. And then Northeast Kansas would then move into the green with medium length season and 5 white-tailed antlers only permits. And then the dark green units would move or outlined units would be moving into the long season and some of them are already in that, but then they would all now have 10 antlerless permits available per hunter.
Can you repeat what you're talking about in the western section? The ones in the yellow specifically? They go into red or
so the red outline encompasses what would turn red. So units 1, 2, and 17. Yeah, so the units 1, 2, and 17 and 18, that whole western edge of the state, they're outlined in red, so they would move into that no antlerless season out there.
Number 3 is going to brown.
Brown, which would go to short, and 1 antlerless permit valid in that unit. And then it's hard to see with the colors on that screen, but then that Northeast Kansas is what?
Is there yellow on the right-hand legend? So
it's supposed to be the light green. I don't know why it's displaying funny. I'm going to go through each unit here too quickly. So I had a request to also include some of the units with no change just to compare notes. So unit 18, we're going to start a little out of order. I've grouped these by the change that would occur in the units, but we're going to start with the one with no change in unit 18. Numbers have been low, stayed low, generally out there. So there's no current antlerless only season and no available antlerless permits. Brings us to unit 1, which would be currently is under a medium length season and 5 permits, and changes that to no season and no antlerless only permits valid in that unit. Same with deer management unit 2, has been under the medium and 5 permits, changes to none. And then unit 17 has been under the short season length and 1 permit, and it still hasn't really risen to where we'd like to be. And we're getting comments from hunters out there that they'd like to see even reduced options. So would move to no January season and no antlerless only permits for whitetails. Unit 3 then would bump from the medium and 5 down to the short season and 1 antlerless only permit. That's kind of following the trend. If you go back even farther, we're in time, we are still even lower on this graph than we were previously in numbers, and hunters are requesting some reduction there too. Unit 4 would be is currently under the medium and 5, and there would be no change in that unit. Unit 5 is also in the medium length and 5 permits, and there'd be no change on that unit. Unit 7 is currently in the medium and 5 permits, and there's no change for them. Unit 16 is also under the medium length and 5 permits, and there's no change in permit availability or season length there. Unit 6 is currently under the short season and 1 permit, and with rising crop damage and overall trends up in overall numbers of deer there, even though we've declined the last couple of years, this would be a change to help address that. And so it moved to the medium season and 5 antlerless only permits. In management unit 8, again, it follows that trend of upward movement in the deer population. And so moving from that short and 1 permit to the medium and 5. And the unit 9 follows that same trend as the rest of Northeast Kansas, general upward movement. And so giving some more opportunity and moving into the medium and 5 permits from the short and 1. 10 is the same as 9, generally up and moving into some more opportunity with a medium length season and 5 antlerless permits available. We get to unit 11. It's currently in the medium and 5 whitetail antlerless permits. And then with increased numbers and continued deer crop damage, it'd be moving to the long season and also have 10 permits available to hunters to use. Unit 12 has also been increasing and has been, it's the highest deer numbers in our state generally. They're already in the long and 5, so they'd just get 10 antlerless permits. There's no change in season. 13 is also the same as 12 in that they're already in the long season, so their change would they get twice as many whitetail antlerless only permits available there. Unit 14 has also been increasing as all of Southeast Kansas has been the last few years. And so it'd be moving from the medium length season and 5 antlerless permits into the long and 10 available to be used. Unit 15 is also already in the long and with 5 antlerless permits, and then we would just increase the number of whitetail antlerless only permits to 10 for them. And then 19 is also already in the long season with 5 permits, and so we'd move to 10 for them. And so that would be what the new map would look like with these adjustments. So, you know, that red is still no antlerless season, no antlerless permits valid. Brown is the short season and 1. The yellow or light green is the medium length and 5 permits, and dark green is the long season and 10 permits. And so that is the adjustments for the antlerless permits and seasons that we're having in 115-25-9. And I believe this will be moving into promulgation now to going forward. So, and with that, I would take questions.
Very good. Questions?
I missed, what's the population in unit 19?
19. Our estimate this last year was 17.7 per square mile up there.
So that's down from 3?
From 20.
Yeah, down.
And so
what's the rationale to increase that to 10 antlerless harvests?
It's still been increasing over time, and there's some undulation, every year. And so looking
Right
back
now, it's
at
currently 5, is that correct?
Yeah.
Is there any reason why we couldn't hold off on unit 19 and keep it at 5? I mean, it would make sense that, we had one big jump, and then it looks like it's coming back down to the average. It would seem to be jumping the gun to say now we can kill 10 in that unit.
and it's not just based on the deer density too. We're also looking at those deer vehicle accidents and crop damage coming out of places. And so the overall trend. And now if it continues to come back down, we'd move back down again.
I understand there's a lot of lobbying between the I-70 there between Kansas City and Topeka, and I get that. But if we're managing the deer in unit 19 the same as we're managing the deer in all the other units, you know what I'm saying? We heard a gentleman earlier, he's left now, but was talking about vehicle accidents in his part of the state. I don't understand if we're looking at how we're managing deer in all these units, and I was writing numbers down and when they changed up or when they changed down, and this is just kind of an anomaly to me from all the other units that you talked about.
Well, some of the Northeast units in general have come down this year but that's generally, when you look at the overall trend over the last several years, that's just tends to be variation around the population means. And they've been higher than what's been desired for a few years. And so it's
So
been
unit
removed,
10,
also
just north of
simplified.
here, just the unit above is unit 10?
Yeah,
And pull that up. Because if you're looking at one boundary line, and we have unit 10 up there, and unit 10 showing the same decline, got up once above, and then now coming back down to the baseline, and what's your recommendation in unit 10?
is moving upward too. But in this case, same thing is that we don't necessarily look at just this single year data. We look at over the long term. And so that's why there's, that 5 years as that's looked at. And so even if it would, if we move downward in this unit and that was the overall trend, even if we had an up year, we wouldn't necessarily jump on adding more tags right away, even if it had gone up just this year. Because one year conditions in the survey could be conditions when the survey was run, because this is, we can't, logistically can't survey enough days to take out any possible effect of weather and such. We try to mitigate that by only being able to do surveys at certain conditions.
Yeah, I would just suggest that you look at unit 19 consistently with unit 10. I mean, there was a vast difference between the number of antlerless deer in those two units. And I see you're upticking this to 5, but I just think you're jumping the gun in unit 19 to raise that to 10 without more information. I don't think any number that you've shown would justify, unless somebody says, oh, we just want to kill more deer there because there's a major highway there. If that's the reason, then I think we should tell the public we're going to eliminate deer in that unit because of some lobbyist interest that wants to stop this. That's my only point.
Well, and one of the other things that goes on in unit 19 is that it's actually very difficult to get access to hunt up there. And then the additional thing is, in some of these units, we're providing people the opportunity to buy 10 permits, but based on our previous history of buying up to 5 permits, only about 800 people in the entire state buy 5 deer permits. I think our best years, the last few, have been maybe 1,000. So I would expect people, the number of people over buying 6 or more is going to be even lower than that.
And you only do this analysis every 5 years?
No, I do this every year. And so we use the last 5 years data into it. So because beyond that, you're getting to the point where the lifespan of a deer, if they're still out there, which some definitely more does could live longer, that generally tends to be kind of the average, a good age, and bucks are even less than that. So
yeah,
but the average doe age is going to be about 5 years. So using that amount of data gets us kind of there. And then anything after that's kind of a, gravy.
Thank you, Levi. I appreciate it.
Further comments from the commission? Comments from the audience? Thank you, Levi.
All right. And then to move on with the deer permit quotas with your permission.
Yes, sir.
All right. So deer permit quotas. So I talked a little bit about us being 2 different states before, just because that's going to affect this too. So recall all of that. But the reason we have a lottery system in Kansas is that, Kansas want a good deer herd. It's implemented in state statute to do this. And then it lets Kansans utilize the resource that they live with on a regular basis. And then, when we have to have a limited number of permits, we want fair distribution of those. And then we base the quotas on the biological and social carrying capacity of deer. And currently our demand surpasses our supply. And relative to other Midwest states, a large proportion of our hunters are non-residents. Now we're the highest of any of the Midwest states right now and have been for quite a while. Our resident tolerance for non-resident hunters is low and declining. One of their major things they cite is loss of access in those cases. And then we also have a very low percentage of Kansas land that's open to public access. Non-residents also harvest fewer antlerless deer than our residents do. So, if it's a case of them keeping out a resident, then we may start to develop deer management issues as far as high populations in some areas. But also with this, the landowners still retain the valuable commodity, and that's access to their land. So what information do we use to develop our quotas? So we use, our population estimates. We also look at previous harvest rates, the number of deer vehicle crashes, our sex ratios within our units, the age structure, our reproduction, and then crop damage. We also include landowner opinion and public hunter opinion, the habitat conditions, chronic waste and disease, how many previous permits were issued and demand for those permits, how much of a unit is urban, and then also some biologist input. Now, some of that is dictated by state statute that we include that information. And so I've highlighted those in red, population, crashes, age structure, crop damage, landowner and public opinion, and habitat conditions. And we work with the quotas right now to make incremental changes each year rather than dramatic changes every year. It gives everybody time to adapt to new numbers. And also we work within the conditions that way. And so just a quick highlight of a couple other pieces of information, crop damage. This is a map just to kind of show how the changes have occurred over the last few years in this. So over time, 2020, which is that top left map, and then 2021 is the top right, 22, 23, and then 24 is on the bottom, just to see the shift over time of crop damage complaints down into southeast Kansas, where our highest deer numbers are over the last few years. And also to look at the deer vehicle crash trends. This is the statewide trend where, we did see a little dip in 22 as far as the number of crashes versus 23. And we don't have 24 or 2024 data for deer crashes because we typically get that in June of the following year. So this June, I'll have the 2024 data from KDOT. But we don't necessarily use the total number of crashes. We use the crash rate. So we calculate the number of crashes in each unit per billion miles traveled. That's because changes in how people drive and the amount of people are driving can affect the overall total, such as what happened in 2020. We all know that, the highways didn't have nearly as many people on it, and the total number of crashes dipped dramatically. But if you look at the actual crash rate, it pretty well stayed the exact same as it was the year before. And so that's why we use a rate instead of the overall total number, just so we don't jump on a dip like that and say that's, this or that. It's standardized across the years and be able to compare year to year. So, what's going on? It is harder to get a permit today than it has been before. Initially we try to keep the permits pretty stable now to maintain that opportunity to bring non-residents to the state, but also adjust across units. So while the overall number hasn't changed that much from year to year, the units that those permits are distributed across has certainly changed a lot. And so that black line is the number of permits, but that blue dotted line then on that left-hand graph is the number of applications we received. And for most years, up until about 2014, 15, we had fewer applications than we even had permits. There are always leftovers available. And then by after 2018, the numbers just continued to rise, and we've set a new record of applications every year to now, or last year we just had under 33,000. And so, that draw rate is going to basically match that same line and just continues to trickle downwards as more people are interested in coming to Kansas to hunt. And that's, when you look at individual units, we've had units that whole time have been pretty well above and not really had many leftover permits, if ever. But then we've had units that were down until recently that follow the overall trend too. Now, if you're a resident, kind of a similar story to that is we had, a lot of available permits, and then that's decreased. And so over time, as our mule deer permits and mule deer population has decreased, because currently the only resident draw permit is the any deer firearms permit, which is for either species. And we've seen, even greater declines in eastern Kansas because that's where we've lost the most mule deer. Just to get an idea of each of the units or each of the mule deer zones, it's changed. The west zone's always had a lot of applicants for limited permits. East zone recently has had, switched to more applicants than permits. So just a quick reminder again about where the units are located in the state. And then also where our units for mule deer, so that, the west zone versus the east zone. With that, the non-resident deer permit quotas for 2025, I realize this is a pretty crowded plot, but I will, since we're talking about two different states in one, I'm going to break it down for you. But generally, the overall number is 21,724, which is a decline of 91 total permits for the state. And then the mule deer stamps there's 100 available with a decline of 18 from last year. And so I'll break that down into the two different states, western Kansas with low deer numbers, a lot of hunter outcry about it. Even landowners especially would like to see more deer out there. All the declines in permit numbers are in western Kansas. And then also that's the only units where there's mule deer stamps, so all those declines are there. Versus if you go to eastern Kansas, every unit in eastern Kansas either had no increase in non-resident permits such as 9 and 10, or they've gained permits across the board otherwise, even if it's only a small number, some with more than others. For our resident, either species, either sex quotas, we had 57 for this coming year in the east zone and 959 in the west zone, which is a change of 11 in the east and 113 in the west. So down 124 either species, either sex permit to 1,016 total. And so those are the deer permit, non-resident deer and resident deer lottery permit quotas for the upcoming season. And with that, I would take questions.
Thank you, Levi. I'd offer a comment from consideration of the waterfowl regulation that went into the legislative process about restrictions from non-residents and that kind of pressure that we're seeing. We're not alone in that. Most other states are doing the same thing, going through the same exercise and imposing more restrictions on non-residents because of their efforts to provide opportunities for residents and also impact on game. Would other commissioners have comments?
Yeah, that raised a question in my mind. What's the ratio in Kansas for whitetail permits in resident, non-resident? And has that ratio changed over the years?
It's about 25% non-residents.
And is that current? And how is that compared historically?
It's stayed that way pretty well recently. In fact, if anything, it's maybe grown just a little bit in the last few years.
So it's a coveted 25% when you look at the
people aren't knocking on the door to go run to Georgia to
and that's
deer. They want
high
to come here,
states,
and it is.
Which is a testament to, how we manage deer in Kansas. I mean, we should pat ourselves on the back that we are in such demand.
And many of our deer problems stem from success of a program over time from all my predecessors in the commission. And I would say that the next closest state is, I think, Nebraska at about 16%, 15-16% of non-residents. Most of the rest are under 10.
you showed the graph where the non-resident permits have increased exponentially. How does that compare to in-state resident deer applications? Where are we at as far as the graph in that regard?
So as far as resident applications for draw permits, they have gone up in recent years, but the permits have also decreased quite a bit in availability. So if you're a resident that's interested in hunting mule deer with a rifle, you've got a lot of competition now to get into that. As far as our overall hunter numbers, there's been a little bit of decline, but it's kind of been, we've had some up and down years here too. So.
If the resident whitetail tags don't sell, let's say if you have a surplus, what's the mechanism to over the counter, or what happens then? And the out-of-state residents then have an opportunity to purchase those.
So currently, by limiting the non-resident permits, we can offer over-the-counter permits to our residents who have to live with the resource to have an ability to hunt every year. There have been discussions about potential of like looking at moving to a number of permits overall for a unit and being able to make those available. Other states have adopted some similar. I know like the state of Washington just has a number and it's whoever gets a permit. But with the limited amount of public land in Kansas versus some of those western states, it's important to provide our residents who live here with opportunity every year if we can.
Correct. I agree.
Thank you. Stuart, were you going to make a comment?
No, Levi hit it for me. We've had these conversations quite frequently here, even to the point where we've provided an informational session to the legislature. And that was one thing that I wanted Levi to kind of highlight, was the fact that we are at 28% of our overall deer hunters are, non-residents. Nebraska being at 16, Iowa, which is another destination state for trophy deer, is at 4%, I believe.
Yeah, they limit their overall number to 6,000 non-residents. So
yeah, so I just wanted to make that comparison, and Levi kind of touched on it. So,
and kind of a competing issue, we had a bill in the legislature this year brought by Kansas Livestock Association that would have non-residents who own land in Kansas, so non-resident landowners would have to go through a draw for a deer permit, and they would not be qualified as a Kansas resident, so to speak, as a non-resident landowner. And their primary objection to that is non-residents buying land in Kansas that takes it out of production and increasing land values to where it doesn't cash flow for a farmer, but a non-resident who likes big deer in Kansas, their price point's a little higher sometimes than a farmer or a rancher. That's kind of interesting. Further comments from the commissioners? Any comments from the public on this presentation? Thank you, Levi.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. We're back to general public comment again. Is anybody feeling the motivation to come back up after all you've heard and say more? Come right ahead, sir. Identify yourself and tell us what's on your mind.
Matthew Newton, I'm from Marion County. I just have a question, and so I apologize if it's ain't or who I need to talk to, I guess, but is there any way we could look at taking the turkey draw that for non-residents and bumping that back a little bit? So like currently right now it's mid-January through mid-February. We don't find out the results until a week to 2 weeks later. It's a really big issue for some of my hunters that come in from out of state, trying to get time off, trying to schedule vacation, booking flights or whatever. Is there any way that we could book that back maybe into November or December or something like that to give them a little bit more cushion? And then two, the other part, I guess, was what are the steps that we could look forward to maybe seeing some of the regulations change on the draw? Just because I've been in Kansas now for 9 years. I'm originally from North Carolina, and I'll admit 100% that the turkey population in our area took a big dive 6, 7 years ago, and it was down for a long time. But the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen record numbers of poults and jakes and stuff like that. I mean, I could take you to several farms right now that have over 20 jakes on them and stuff, and which I'm happy. And I'm not against the draw. I'm just wanting to see what the future looks like, if that makes sense.
Director of Wildlife, Jake George, are you still?
Yep, I'm back here.
Yep. Would you mind answering some of those questions?
Sure. Jake George, Wildlife Division Director. That is something that we review on an annual basis. We're looking at the harvest success is kind of the metrics for resident hunters, spring hunters that we use to within that adaptive harvest management plan. So that's what we'd be looking at as far as any changes in the quotas for the non-resident permits, as well as harvest rates from previous seasons. And as far as the date of it, we had looked at that previously, and I'm going to have to go back and look at it again because I can't recall at the moment why they set that, but we'll certainly look at it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have one quick question. Does the department's research mirror, or, I mean, because he said they're seeing on the ground more turkeys. What are we seeing?
Well, it's a good question. I don't have the data right with me.
I appreciate that.
We can get back to you guys.
Yeah, I was just curious if, because those guys on the ground, they're usually ahead of us a minute. So yeah, I'd be curious.
I think just to reiterate, we're very skeptical about looking at data just from one area or just 1 year's worth of data, because it can fluctuate year after year. And so we'll be looking more at those trends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered if there had been a trend, I mean, I appreciate when we see these deer numbers because it really lets us all take a step back and say, oh my gosh, it's increasing or decreasing. And when you get to see all the years in a row, it makes sense to what you just said. I was just a general question. What are we seeing on these turkey trends?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll certainly be presenting that information to you guys as we kind of move forward into that cycle with the turkey rigs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yes, sir. It's not a question, just a comment. I also do a lot of the night vision. I hadn't planned on talking about this, so I apologize. The night vision thermal hunting. My personal opinion, I like it the way it is. As far as extending the season, I'd love it to remove some more coyotes, but the problem is you run into taller vegetation later in the year, and seeing a coyote coming through the wheat or something like that does make it harder to identify that animal. I run pretty dang good thermals, and I can identify it, no problem whenever there's not much vegetation. But once that vegetation starts to grow, that's when it causes questions. So anyway, thank you. Thank y'all very much.
Great.
Any more public comments? Yes, sir.
Just real quick, Kurt Ratzliff. I was curious, you talked about the proposal for changing the procedure and stuff. When will that be available to be reviewed by the public?
Well, since it's been referenced in a public meeting, it can be made available to you right away. Kurt.
All right. I was just curious if it's going to be posted on the website or where people can see it at.
We'll talk about where we can post it, but I'd certainly be happy to provide it to you, Kurt. Thank you.
Question before we close. Sure. I had a call. A guy asked me specific.
Any more general public comments? Kenny?
Kenny Graham. When the first draw occurred for turkeys, it was agreed upon that once we had 2 consecutive to 3 years of 60% successful harvest on the number tag, on our success rate, then it would be relooked at on upping the numbers possibly of non-resident tags, That's where I brought in about the survey versus reality right there. Because last year, I believe it was 59%, 59.4. And I got 200s out of 36 are all surveyed that all harvested birds. It makes me wonder, so if we can really look into that hard, it'd sure be nice, in particular. Not trying to tell you guys how to do your job, just trying to make it better for everybody. Everybody gets along on stuff. And we look at real dollars, real numbers, guys. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Commissioner Mark, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
Yeah,
Legal counsel?
I did. Kurt, if I might ask, I received a couple emails and then several phone calls from a fellow named Mario Friendly regarding Reg 115.819. He has a TV show somewhere in California, I think. And they were coming to Kansas to film, and they had scheduled a Kansas hunt. And they spoke with Brian Sherpin, I believe, in Region 1, who told them that you cannot film on KDWP lands if you're monetizing the video. I spoke with the Attorney General's office, and they said that is absolutely not true, that there's no regulation, and I've read that regulation myself, but I told Mario I'd get back with him. Can you give us some guidance there?
Can you give me the citation?
115.819, 115-8-19.
It's trying to be a good attorney. I'll say that I would be happy to talk to you about it, but I need to review the regulation. I don't want to try to shoot from the hip here.
No, and I appreciate that. I wouldn't expect you to give an answer, but the gentleman asked me to bring that up, and I said, well, I know a guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will do. We'll talk. Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have any old business to discuss? Anything, Mr. Secretary, or any of the commissioners?
We have nothing further.
Very good. Future meeting dates. We've got one scheduled for April 24th, as I recall, at Flint Oak outside of Fall River, Kansas.
Correct. We have that one scheduled for April 24th. And then we have the next one was just confirmed, Megan. Is that correct for June 26th?
Yes, June 26th at the Lodge at Russell.
The lodge, or is that Fossil Creek, you mean?
June
Yes, that's
26th?
Fossil, it's
Yeah.
the Lodge at Fossil.
Fossil Creek. It's where we originally had the March, or this meeting, correct? Scheduled for, or no, sorry. I apologize. The January meeting. And so we're going back to Russell on June 26th.
That's where they had the coyote meeting, I believe, right? Maybe. The fossil sounds familiar.
No, I don't believe it was in Hayes. We had
Oh, okay.
one of our meetings there.
This is South Fossil Street on the,
Oh, very good.
We've had previous commission meetings at this location in Russell.
Works for my schedule.
June 26th.
Everyone good with that? Commissioner Lister?
Yes.
Very good. Commissioner Carpenter, are you back with us? Is that the only one we need to schedule?
Yeah, that's the next, we usually keep two scheduled out. So but those are the two we have.
Very good. At this point in time, I would ask for any closing comments from any of the commissioners. Commissioner Lister, I'll turn it back to you if you have anything to say before we sign off.
Nope, just appreciate all the public comments and involvement today.
Very good. Commissioner Rydell?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank the staff for working with the commission. I think we're making some progress here.
Yeah, poor guy.
What's that?
There, he was.
Oh,
One more comment.
sure. I'm going to hold you to an hour.
All right, I like that.
Motion to adjourn.
Please identify yourself, sir.
Yes,
and-
my name is Danny Hawkins. I'm from Coffee County. I'm just going to read what I wrote here, but my name is Danny Hawkins. My wife and Laura and I are the owners of Awesome Big Game Hunts, also known as Heaven Sent Whitetails in Coffee County. We have owned and operated our deer ranch since 2006. The purpose of our visit here with you today is to inform you of a recent court ruling against our ranch, which at this time is being appealed. This court ruling in Coffee County, however, has the likelihood of directly affecting the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks or other farmers or other Kansas landowners. In 2014, Laura and I began our research in building a deer ranch, which includes the creation of a high fence based on Kansas law to accommodate natural breeding, selected harvesting, a lifelong preservation of high-quality bloodlines for our livestock. Before purchasing any land, we visited with the Coffee County zoning administrator and asked that we needed the proper permits. What did we need? We were told that we were considered agriculture and therefore we were exempt from any permits. In 2015, we purchased 200 acres at 15th and Quail in Coffee County, Kansas. In the process of building our fenced-in area, the Coffee County administrator frequently drove by as we were building the fence. He would make comments to say, you know, that's a big fence, it's looking good, stuff like that. And we then contacted the Kansas Wildlife and Parks. They came out, ran the wild deer out. Then we erected the last of the fence and began stocking the ranch with our domesticated whitetail deer for natural breeding, selective selling, harvesting of our livestock. We have operated our ranch since 2015. In the most recent court ruling, which is the 2019 CV 00046.
Could you read that again, please?
2019-CV 00004046. Coffee County has now changed our land description from agriculture to special purpose, which puts our agriculture land into a different tax category. Although the court and the zoning administration agreed that our land is agriculture, they ruled that since sometimes harvesting our livestock with rifles, that makes our land special use. My fear is not only having Coffee County change my taxation, but will this ruling create a precedent for every landowner possessing agriculture property within the 105 counties of Kansas? Will this ruling affect each parcel of land which is entered into the Kansas Department of Wildlife Parks walk-in hunting, fishing programs by placing the landowners in the special purpose tax categories? Will this result in higher taxation to be paid for the landowners, causing Wildlife Department, WDWP, to have to increase the fees of the landowners or lose access to private lands? Furthermore, will every Kansas landowner who leases their lands to hunters or to a hunting guide, outfitter service, be subject to the same changes in land usage and property taxes and be considered for the higher special purpose taxes? The opposing attorney even stated that the Corbett versus Board of Shawnee County case needs to be relooked at, which could result in every outfitter being placed into a higher land usage tax bracket. My family and I, and every landowner I have spoken with, believe this case brought against us was a retaliatory attack against our ranch and against us personally in order to destroy our deer facility, which is a large part of our family livelihood. Our case is being appealed. However, if this case is upheld, it will lead to regulations that will affect a large part of the population of Kansas and perhaps even start a new chain reaction across landowning citizens in other states. I wanted to bring this information to the forefront of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks officials, the Kansas Attorney General's office, every landowner and outfitter in Kansas. I ask for your assistance and advice so together we as Kansas landowners and hunters can unite in stopping this local government and outreach before it becomes too late. If they can do this to my agriculture land, where does it stop in Kansas? Thank you for your time and your assistance. And if you got any questions for me.
Thank you very much. We've talked on the phone. I know you've talked to Representative Corbett about that. Probably depending upon the outcome of the case, you may or may not see legislation that would come forth related to that as well. And I was born and raised in Coffee County to a period of time. I understand politics down there as well.
What's the case number? Do you have that? What's the caption of the case?
It is
2019.
No, I
Yeah,
got that.
2019.
I thought that was that the, what's,
That was the case number.
was that the case number you
Yeah,
gave
that
or
was
was
the
that
case
the
number that-
regulation change?
No, that's the case
Okay,
number of our
great.
case.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
And you have spoken with the Attorney General's office, you said?
We have expressed our concerns to the Attorney General's office concerning this part, but we haven't really gotten any assistance from them on the case. So
Very good. Any other comments from the commissioners? Thank you for coming up today.
thank you for your
Appreciate it.
time. I appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Mark, do you have closing comments?
I do not, but I do appreciate the robust conversation between the attendees and the staff today.
Thank you. Commissioner Cross?
No comment. Thank you.
All right. I thank everyone for attending today. I appreciate staff. I'll allow them to make closing comments as well. And I appreciate the staff who comes up from all around the state to these meetings, because having your expertise and resource here helps us be able to respond perhaps immediately to questions that come up. And with that, that's all I have. Mr. Secretary, anything from?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much. I just want to thank my staff for the quick, fast work that we've done. I really appreciate your efforts. Want to appreciate the members of the public that are still here. It takes all of us to do this right, and we need to hear your input. And so please take advantage. We look forward to it, and we look forward to the robust conversations that lead us to good, holistic fish and wildlife management within the state of Kansas. And so thank you.
Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.